What's up?
Welcome back.
Good Tuesday. Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. Yeah. How are you guys?
Well, you know,
you guys all right?
Yeah, we're no Pebble Beach. I mean, you know.
I know.
I did.
That's exactly what I did out there too.
that sums up your game.
Like. Yeah. Well, that could be construed in a couple of different ways.
That's true.
But
so you did have a good time down at Pebble Beach if you're making that sound.
Well, you know what, JC Babes?
Yeah.
I did have a great time. You know, Pebble Beach, I got to tell you, man, a lot of people would balk at the price tag, and I totally understand that. It's not going to be for everyone. But if you're willing to pay the freight to play Pebble Beach golf links, it is so incredibly worth it.
And that's what I said when you came in. I asked you because that's steep. It's about
$650.
It's about as steep as any place you're going to play.
And they could charge more, dude.
Yeah.
At least
packed.
it's public. Anybody can do it, right?
You got to stay on property.
Well, you have to stay on property, but here's a fun fact. Do you want a fun fact?
I love fun facts.
I was told that they certainly don't advertise this, but if you are a single, or you could try to do a twosome, but it's easier if you're single, you can show up there in the morning.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be staying on property. If there is a cancellation,
they'll let you slip on.
You can slide on because they want to fill the tee sheet. It was $650.
Yeah.
So they don't advertise that.
Well, that's a little bit like at St. Andrews.
Yes.
If you show up, they just kind of have a lottery system. And if someone bows out, if you're willing to mill around there in the morning, you can slip on as a single.
You can. And that's how a lot of people do it at
yeah, you can find worse places to hang out for a week and try.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how everybody does it at Spain. Well, not everybody, but that's how a lot of people do it at St. Andrews.
Yeah.
Pebble, I don't think a lot of people know that, but you can. But otherwise, you have to stay on property, and it's bougie, and then it's $650 to play there. But I'm telling you, it is every bit as advertised. It is even more rad to play than I expected.
Because that's what I said. I said, is it, all things being equal, was it worth it? Because I know when you're paying the freight like that, I've known people that have gone and done big excursions that are very expensive, and you're paying the premium, and then they get done with it. And the worst part is if you spend that money and you walk away going, yeah, I mean, it's all right. But like, you know.
No, dude, I would not say that.
You came in raving. You were like,
oh my God,
all that, and you actually said better than what you thought.
In terms of views and undulations and shots that you get to hit.
You do love undulations, don't you?
It is way better than I expected even. It's magical. It's very dramatic, and the holes like 4 through 10, and for those golfers out there that dork out when the US Open, you've seen those holes.
Sure.
That is as good a stretch of golf anywhere in the world. Yeah. It is really, 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 really good. And then you have, of course, the iconic 18th hole, par 5, the water on the left. You have the iconic 7th hole, the little par 3. Down the hill.
Which you were saying the green just is even smaller than it looks on TV, and it already looks tiny.
Tiny. It's a 104-yard shot.
Yeah, it's tiny.
But tiny little green. And most of the thing about Pebble is you can hit it a lot of places. Like there's room to hit it around there, but the greens are just tiny. Yeah. And they talk about that when you watch a broadcast of a tournament there, but you can't really get a feel for it until you have to hit into them and you continue to miss them. Like, geez, why am I missing all these greens? Oh, I don't know, because they're the size of a postage stamp.
But it was worth it. And you said you didn't play great.
Oh, I played terrible.
But it did not.
I shot a million, but
it did not deter you.
I enjoyed every minute of it. No. I don't know how anybody could go out there and play that and not enjoy it. Like the only way would be you're just a bite in the ass and you're mad about the price or
you don't play well.
Or it's slow. I mean, it's slow. People have their phones out and taking pictures. Like, it's the one round where it's like, I don't care if it takes 8 hours.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. Every shot, you pull out your phone, and it's an incredible place. So I got to thank Travis and Zach at Northwest Golf Guys. That's the group I went with. They take about 80 or so guys out every year, and they do a great job. Good group of dudes, and we had a blast. Also played Spyglass, which is a great course, totally different style, but trouble everywhere on that course. Really, really good. And Spanish Bay was the other one we played.
Well, I have I played Rose City and Fairway Village this weekend,
hey.
And I did not go with the Northwest Golf Guys. I don't think they go to those courses, but it's beautiful, beautiful little weekend.
Yeah, sounds like it.
It was fantastic.
That's hot.
Let me tell you something. I thought about you when I was out there. I was like, he doesn't know what he's missing. Out here playing, I played with a guy in jean shorts. Huh? You don't see that at Pebble Beach, do you?
I did not.
Green jacket, who gives a
Did not see jean shorts.
No, I saw jean shorts.
I tell you what, that place is super bouge, bro.
Oh.
It is. Have you been out there or like walked around or anything?
No,
Oh
never had the chance. I've driven by it, but the people I was with had no. I mean, here's the thing.
So you've driven this. It's right on the 17-mile drive.
Yes.
So you will drive right by it.
I've driven right by it. But if you aren't with people that give two blanks about golf, it's hard to impress upon them, hey, can we take a minute and go through and like, well, do we get to walk around? You're like, not really, but I'd like to kind of go see it. And I was voted down. So
really?
Yeah. No, they were not interested.
I mean, you could have sold them on the views.
Yeah.
Great ocean views.
It just didn't. There's some people. There's some people in this world that just anything that you say golf. See, you come from a world where like your wife seems very supportive of golf.
Yeah, she is.
Not everyone is.
She walked St. Andrews with me.
See, that's cool. Not everyone is supportive of golf, and not anyone. There's a lot of people that just gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives it?
Yeah, but BTJ's from Japan. She should be a huge golf fan. Considering
she would do it.
Tadeki. Oh,
yes. This was.
Who are you talking?
This was.
You're talking about years ago.
Yeah, this was years and years and years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I have not been down in that area in many a moon.
Well, it's wonderful, and the summer of me continues. And oh, by the way, I went to this spot where remember when Jordan Spieth almost died, and he hit the shot.
Cliff?
Yeah, he hit the shot from the cliff side on 8.
Where if you fall, it sure looks like you die.
Oh no, he would have died.
Yeah.
If he would have fallen, he would have died.
Yeah.
50 feet, maybe 40 feet down there.
It's not good.
In rocks and everything, he's dead.
Yeah.
We went to that spot. Obviously, I mean, I think pretty much everybody walks to that spot now to see where that was, and that is terrifying because he was on a downslope and there was nothing in front of him except 40 feet of death.
So if you have some bad footing, you get off balance.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, how many dumbasses go there and try to recreate that shot?
They have since they've grown it up, so it's not like it was when he hit it. And they've posted signs that say don't. I forget what the sign says, but it's something to the effect of "Don't be an idiot."
Yeah. Can you even hit out of there now, or is it so? Yeah.
No, you probably wouldn't find your ball in there. It's just that thick.
Yeah.
And that's why they.
Well, and it's good.
They don't want people dying.
Well, you've seen Into the Wild, right? About the guy that goes into Alaska and dies on the bus.
No.
You don't know of that?
No. Yeah, it was a famous John Krakauer novel too.
Yeah.
Right?
Did he also hit that shot on 8?
No, but it made me think of that. So this bro, he. Long story short, guy gets all Jack Kerouac and
he kind of went off the grid, nomadic lifestyle,
and he goes and dies in the Alaska wilderness, and he dies he finds this old bus.
It's wild out there,
and
that's part of the reason. Like once the snow melt happened, he couldn't get back across the river. Whole thing.
So they find his body in this bus, and then it gets immortalized in a movie. Eddie Vedder writes the soundtrack for it.
Emil Hirsch, I think, played him in the movie.
Yes, it's a really good movie, and it's a good book. But the problem is, of course. Guess what happened as soon as the movie and the book were written? Everyone wanted to go and find the bus. Yeah. And the people of the Alaska park rangers and the state troopers were like, please don't. He died there. There's a reason why you're not prepared. Wow. And eventually they had to go and get a Chinook Blackhawk or a Chinook helicopter and just airlift the bus out of there.
Oh,
because
I thought you were going to start shooting people.
No,
looking for it
because so many.
Snipering them.
So they had to every year they were having to emergency rescue people. It got so bad. I think 1 or 2 people may have died or gotten in real trouble. So they put up an emergency beacon that if you got in trouble there, you could mash a button and someone would come and rescue you. And they just got tired of it and the expense. Yeah, they just took a chopper and wheeled that sucker out of there, and we're like, we can't have this anymore. And so now you can never,
Yeah.
And they don't mark it. It's so now no one can find it.
Well, I will say we did go and try to stand where he stood just to see.
Yeah.
And we had some conflicting thoughts in our group. One guy was like, come on, he wasn't gonna. And then, me and another guy were standing there like, dude, that is on a downslope. Yeah. Like you said. Spieth's probably balanced enough. He's a professional. He's fine. But guys like you and I who tend to fall forward or fall back, dude, You're dead.
Dude, you know how many times I've taken a swing on a golf course where there's maybe like the ball's 2 inches below my feet and I end up a little bit off balance? Yeah, I'm not taking that chance when the
Come on, man.
when it's like that and I'm sloping down. No, I'm good.
Man.
I'm good. Well, I'm glad you had a great time.
Yeah, thank you. It was great. Go to Pebble Beach if you can. It's wonderful. Absolutely worth it. Great place. You see why it is so iconic. You really do.
Yeah.
I'm
glad it lived up to the hype.
Yeah, it did. Now, Fairway Village, I don't know that it does.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, there's a buzz out there. People get excited about the 330-yard par 4. I mean, there's some serious
That's
buzz.
the longest hole on the course, isn't it?
I think they got one. If you play from the Blues, I think they got one that's like 430, 440. That's the big par 5. Buckle up for that one. Hey, it's like $19, baby.
I am told that the Major League Baseball trade deadline is in the books.
Yes, 3 o'clock.
Is it over?
It is done.
It is over.
We think.
It's over.
All right. Well, we'll have to come back and tell you all the moves. I don't think there was anything major, except for right at the end, Dodgers got what's his nuts?
Yeah, that one.
Jack Flaherty, the pitcher.
Yes.
Padres got a closer, all-star closer.
Yeah, Tanner Scott.
Well, the two that people thought may be the big dominoes is if someone was willing to pay the freight, and I guess the asking price for both of them was astronomical, was Vlad supposedly could have been had, and then Blake Snell.
Yeah.
But no one apparently wanted to.
What do you suppose the asking price was for Vlad Jr.?
Well, if we saw what Houston paid, let me pull up that trade.
And why would they trade him?
Well,
Are they unhappy with him?
No, they're just in a.
He's too expensive now?
They're just punting. I mean, they're just.
Well, I get it, but he's like a generational guy, isn't he?
Well, I think that's why when you ask for, when you ask for the moon, I'm guessing that's one of those where I don't know if he was available, but if someone starts calling and says, "Hey, we're going to offer you, 4 of our top 6 prospects," yeah, you probably listen.
Listen is one thing, but I just.
Well, they didn't do it though.
I think there's some guys you just don't listen. It's like, this is our guy. Yeah. Vlad may be one of them. What do I know?
Well,
what do I know?
To be fair,
I know nothing.
They didn't move him.
Well, yeah, but just the idea that he was out there and they were listening is weird. Yeah. It'd be like the Royals ain't listening on Bobby Witt. Get out of here with that.
Well, the Giants just acquired Snell last offseason, so like they would move on from him already. He was the Cy Young winner.
Yeah, but he's not Vlad Guerrero.
He won the Cy Young.
I know he's
the best pitcher in the league.
Come on, he is not the. Wait, did you just say Blake Snell is the best pitcher in the league?
He won the Cy Young.
Well, yes, but he is not the best pitcher.
Not right
in the
now,
league.
but you have a Cy Young guy on the table. That's kind of a big deal.
Look, he's very good, okay? But he's not, like, there are some guys, especially at his age, Vlad Guerrero, there are some hitters that are just franchise guys and you keep them and you build around them.
And Snell gets hurt.
Snell's always hurt. And his ERA is always 6 before he gets hot.
Well, he still wins a Cy Young.
Look at you guys getting.
Yeah, I'm pissed off now.
Hot into it right now.
Going
that
back
Cy
to
Young
Pebble
winner
Beach.
must not be as good as that guy who can't hit that well right now.
What are you talking about? He's hitting 310.
Vladdy?
Yeah. Yeah, he's hitting 311, 21 home runs, 69 RBI.
Well, the Astros landed old Kikuchi.
What's his nuts?
Yusei Kikuchi.
Which is a great name, by the way. And their GM, I was listening to him, and he was saying that they were looking at some top-end talent, and they basically said the asking price was staggering because the price to land Kikuchi was pretty expensive. They gave up 2 of their top, I think, 10 prospects, and then they gave up another, I think, a young outfielder. So they said people were like, whoa, like that is a really steep price. And they were basically saying, you should have seen the price. And my guess is that, when you go up the ladder for top-end talent, when the Astros are saying that it was staggering and they just couldn't justify pulling the trigger, I don't know what the asking price was, but enough where a team is like, holy crap.
Well, the Mariners didn't get him.
By the way, Blake Snell has allowed a total of 2 runs in his last 4 starts. He's an ERA of .75.
Look,
Cy Young winner.
I like this anger that you guys have going right now.
This is absurd.
You poo-pooed the guy.
I like Blake Snell. He is good. There is no question he is an elite pitcher, but he is not a building block foundational guy for a franchise.
No, but
That's what I'm saying.
But for a team like the Astros, I'm guessing when they are saying that the top end guys were astronomical, they're clearly talking about Blake Snell. And the Astros were willing to make some deals here, and obviously they were scared off by him. So I don't know what that price tag is, but the Giants apparently were saying go.
And I agree. He's not the same building block that Vlad is, but if you are a team trying to win a World Series this year, he's as much of an important piece as a Vlad is.
He would be a very nice get.
He would have been the best guy moved at the deadline.
He would have been like Royals getting Johnny Cueto and winning the World Series. Do you remember that when they did that?
Yeah, I remember.
And they beat the Mets?
Yeah, I remember that.
Giants great, Johnny Cueto.
Yeah.
Remember that series?
Yeah.
Beat the Mets?
Yeah, I do remember that.
All right, well, let's get started with our poll question, and we'll go through all the deadline deals, some Olympic stuff today. Blazers making some
We've got the Olympics.
headlines. What do you mean?
USA Rugby, baby.
Yeah, the women?
Yeah, don't. The gymnastics is fine.
I watched rugby, and I think it's great. I don't understand what's happening, but
Get
it's
on
great.
board. Did the conversion frighten you at the end?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, they got the extra point.
But
although it's the extra points.
I don't really. There were two sports that I've watched that I'm like, man, this is cool to watch these people do this, whatever this is that they're doing, and we will talk about those.
Yeah. I wish rugby.
One of them is rugby.
I wish rugby would catch on, and I feel like if we put some investment in and taught people about it, I think Americans would love rugby. It's a kick-ass sport that's up our alley. We just don't know anything about it.
Well, the women just won bronze.
First time ever, baby. First time ever winning a medal.
Baby. Look at you acting like you've been a fan of them for so many years.
I do love rugby.
I know, but you don't know the U.S. Come on. Name one player on the team.
Are you kidding me right now?
Blake Snell's sister.
Blake Snell's sister, the great U.S. rugby player. I am in love with a 210 USA rugby player right now.
210 pound.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
What's her name?
Look up Alana Moore. It's a lot of woman.
With an I. I think it's Ilona. Ilona Mar.
I thought it was Alina. Alona?
It's Alana.
I think it's Ilona.
Yeah, Ilona. Mar. Just check her out.
Well, that wasn't even close to Alana Moore. Alana Moore is a cross-country player.
Mar.
Like Bill Maher.
Like Bill Maher.
Oh, dear.
That's a lot of women.
Although I think they say it's Mayer, isn't it?
No.
Is it Mar?
I think it's Mar.
Man.
It's a lot of women.
She's truck sticking fools like it's
Madden
football.
She can't. You can't handle that.
Yeah, I don't think you can handle
Probably not, but I'm willing to try.
Wow.
You got to put on some headgear for that one.
Freaking punch it, bitch.
You got to tape some wrists. You got to get like a weight belt on. It's go time.
Wow.
You should watch that. That lady just plows people over, like Derrick Henry.
Let's get to going. It's 3:18 on the Fan. saddle. What's up? Back from Pebble Beach, Isachi. Yeah, I was just reading about your girl, Ilona Mayer, if I'm pronouncing that right.
I think you are. She's become the star of the Olympics,
Yeah.
although Alex Sedgwick was the one that had basically the equivalent of the Iron Bowl kick six today.
Walk-off winner.
It's
Well,
unbelievable.
This is one of the coolest things about the Olympics is that every year, inevitably, well, every year they have the Olympics, every 4 years, inevitably somebody emerges and we learn a lot about an athlete who we didn't know before.
Yeah.
And she is one. I guess it's kind of cool, too, that so she plays for the U.S. women's rugby team.
Mhm.
And so she doesn't make any money from that, but she has over 1 million followers on TikTok.
Yeah.
And because of that, she probably does just fine. And that's how she said that, because I did see the thing with Jason Kelsey. I didn't put two and two together that was her, but she's the one that got Jason Kelsey on board, who never misses
an opportunity
to go viral. And so Jason Kelsey is there with his beret on and, being Jason Kelsey. But it was because of her that she got him in her TikTok, got him into the team, and they got bronze today. First time they've ever medaled in the Olympics.
Yeah. How about this? The U.S., we have now in one fell swoop, we've become a cricket and a rugby powerhouse.
Yeah.
Suck it, rest of the world.
That's right.
And she's an interesting story. Like, I've been watching some interviews and stuff with her, and I was roughly aware of her before this, but like, she's now like blown up, and it's just really cool because she talked about she is a big woman, but she is not fat. She just is built like a middle linebacker. And she was talking about how when she was growing up, she said something when she was like in the 6th grade when she like went and did her physical, like in front of everybody, they stamped overweight on it. And her whole life, she's been told that she's been viewed as this overweight, just like kind of gross chick. And now because of rugby, she's being embraced, and she's freaking awesome and is an absolute beast out there. And if you didn't see it, so in rugby sevens, rugby is normally played with 15 players. Rugby sevens in the Olympics is just played with 7 per side. And it's a short match, 7-minute half. So there's 14. So it's a really short, condensed game. And a try, basically a touchdown, is worth 5 points. So Australia scores with like 80 seconds left to go up by 5. And they miss the conversion. After you get a try in rugby, you get to kick from wherever you scored. You have to kick from that angle. And if you kick it through the uprights, it's worth 2 points. So Australia misses, but no one thinks anything of it because the game's over. So the U.S. has they're down in their own end, and the game's over. All Australia has to do is just not give up, and like, you can't throw the ball forward. Like this, it's over. There's 0 chance the U.S. is going to win. And
it's over.
We think. And somehow this Alex Sedgwick gets a hold of the ball.
Here's the situation.
And just breaks through. It is literally like the Iron Bowl kick 6, where you're watching this thing being like, are you effing kidding me? And she runs the length of the pitch, scores, and she gets her try right in the middle, like right underneath the goalpost. So her kick is really easy. She kicks it with no time left. Game over. U.S. wins their first medal, knocks Australia, a traditional power, out, and the U.S. wins their first rugby medal.
USA!
Freaking awesome.
Do they call it a pitch?
Yes.
They do?
It's a pitch. And it's a try and a conversion.
I watched a little bit of it, and I thought it was great. It's a really fun sport to watch.
Yes.
And try to figure out what the hell's going on, even though I didn't ever figure that out. The other sport...
Just know you can't throw the ball forward and you can't block. So think of it, it's a kickoff play where everything has to be lateraled back. Like the final play of a football game, that's rugby.
The other sport that I watched today that I thought was... I think I do this every year, or every 4 years. I tune into volleyball, or as I like to call it, volleyball. Oh my God. That is insane.
Indoor, outdoor, like beach or the hard court?
More indoor. The hard court, I think, is wilder because they just have better footing. And
they get up higher.
I mean, the men's... Yep. Jesus, man.
Yeah, Chase Budinger, the NBA journeyman, he is on I guess at a high school, he was the best volleyball player in the country. Obviously, he chose basketball.
I think he was like a top 10 basketball recruit. He went to Arizona.
Yeah, he was a co-MVP of the McDonald's All-American game. And he goes
with Kevin Durant, who's also at the Olympics.
With Kevin Durant. And so he has a journeyman kind of career, nice career in the NBA and makes some bucks. And now he's done. He's like, I'm going to go play volleyball. And by the way, he makes the volleyball team. And now he's out there, playing in the Olympics.
Well, those dudes are impressive.
Yes.
Well,
and so are the women on the beach. Just saying.
Yeah, they all. Volleyball is I just think volleyball is a kind of a cool sport.
Agreed.
Some of the shots they hit.
Yes. It's one of those that I view it like softball in that I don't watch softball, but whenever it's on, like during the tourney, it always catches my attention. Volleyball's the same thing.
The other thing about, before we get to our poll question, Ilona Maher, that I find interesting reading up on her is that she did not start playing rugby until she was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And now she's an Olympian.
Yep. And now an Olympic medalist.
So,
and kind of a bit of a star back home. She'll get some nice endorsements out of this and hopefully make a comfortable living.
Is there another sport she's 27 now. So
I tried looking for one of her
years.
jerseys the other day and you can't find them, but maybe it's
why not?
They still make them.
Not enough demand?
Not enough demand, but I was kind of hoping that maybe after this, maybe, I don't know who makes their uniform. But maybe we get some of those that pop up.
She can even just get a T-shirt deal, like a silhouette of her stiff arming someone, because that's kind of her thing. What she does, get some merch.
There's some of that, but I thought it was cool. I wanted to support U.S. rugby, so I was looking. I got caught up in the moment.
Is there another sport that you can pick up for the first time at 17 and become an Olympian?
Yeah, I think there's, as long as you're a good enough athlete.
10-meter air pistol.
Well, like Herschel Walker did it with the bobsled.
Oh, that's right, he did.
Yep. There's stuff like that. I think
there's a 50-year-old skateboarder out there. Did you know that?
50?
Yeah.
Like the best.
He's on the U.S. team.
Well, the best skateboarder in the world's like 13.
Oh well, this guy's 50.
So it goes to show
we
you
send the olds.
That Lolo Jones gal, she did bobsledding. She went from track to bobsled.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because I think when you're when you're in the back, all you have to do is push for so it's just about being explosive. You don't have to.
Well, let's get Mar out there.
Yeah, she may weigh a little. I don't think you want someone that heavy on the bobsled.
Had they ever thought about doing the same team for all Olympic sports? Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be fun, like a decathlon of Olympic sports.
Yeah,
and you just get the best athletes.
Just our best people compete in every one of them.
Well, and it's funny, you were sitting here racking my brain. The best sport for what you just said, as far as what sport you can pick up, and it's really quite easy.
It's an Olympic sport?
Oh, no, it's not an Olympic sport. But
you're talking about football.
Football.
Yeah.
Football. You don't have to, as long as you're an athlete, you can start. You can start when you're 18, 19, 20. And if you're a good enough athlete, we'll find a spot for you on the football
Football's
field.
football.
You just have to find stuff where it's not a specific skill set. It's just athleticism. And rugby certainly falls into that category. And we've seen some rugby players come over and play in the NFL. There's a guy is he on the Niners right now? One of the big international rugby players is trying to come over right now.
No, the Niners did have that guy Jared Hayne from Australia,
yeah.
but he's out of the league now, and there is another guy doing it. I don't remember what team he's playing for though.
Yeah, but there was an international rugby star that's trying to make the NFL right now. And then Jordan Mailata, the Eagles tackle, he was a rugby guy. So you're like, there is some of that, and there is some of that. Allure of just some of these rugby guys. When you look at the New Zealanders, you look at the South Africans, the Fiji has a great team. Dude, these dudes are just like, you look at them, you're like, why aren't you playing in the NFL?
Yeah,
they're physical specimens.
Yeah, you don't, because we never watch rugby.
No,
we forget about this. But yeah, when you watch them, dude, they are put together.
Yes,
it's really impressive.
Yeah.
By the way, Jared Hayne, that Buck just mentioned there.
Yeah.
Did you know he went to prison?
No,
I didn't know that.
Yes.
For what?
Sexual assault.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So is he currently in
This
prison?
was the alleged occurrence happened in 2018. He was sentenced in 2021. I don't know if he's still in there or not, but he got 4 years. You can't do that.
No, that's not good.
So the Chiefs had a guy, Louis Rees-Zammit from Wales. So he's doing it. And then also the Bills drafted a kid in the seventh round, Travis Clayton, who was an Englishman, who is a rugby guy.
This Welsh guy is one of the best players in the world, and he's young, and people were like, why are you doing it? And he goes, well, if I'm going to do it, now's the best chance. And dude's a physical stud. He's like a Christian McCaffrey type guy.
All right. The Olympics. Hot Olympics talk. How about that? rugby.
There you go.
Did you have that on the bingo card?
I did because I was excited about the U.S. women's.
You're catching
rugby.
Olympic fever. I am too. I like it. I think it's good. It's one of those things that's just kind of on.
Yeah.
When you have time, you can flip on.
Yep.
And just like, okay, this is.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, it was kind of cool. I was sitting around today and like, you just flipping through and like Twitter is great for this, where they'll let you know that something big is happening.
Going on,
and like, hey, we're coming down to the end. Flip over to it. And you're
that's how I caught the end of the France-Japan basketball game today, and it was awesome.
How great was that? Did you see?
What a disaster.
Did you see Ben Golliver's Twitter where he had the still shots of the Japanese guard who's 5'4"?
Yes.
Guarding Wembanyama who's 7'4"?
It seems doctored.
Dude, it is so good. It's on Ben.
2 feet, 25 inches of difference between those two guys.
And when the little guy's guarding Wemby, there is a shot where, he comes up to his junk.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I've never seen so much dong in my life. Japan almost beat him.
Almost had him. Although Wemby led like an 8-point little run there. I also saw
Japan blew it though. They allowed a 4-point play at the end.
Don't worry. Yeah. BTJ is going to hear about it tonight. I'm a shamer. Wemby had one where his entire body was outside of the restricted circle, and it's not like he got a running start. He just like pivot stepped and then jumped from outside of the restricted zone and then dunked.
He's like Stretch Armstrong.
And I was like, I don't think you should be able to do that. And he did it with ease.
You know what the other cool thing is? And I think it does it sort of depends on where the Olympics are.
Yeah.
Because they were in Tokyo 4 years ago, and that was tough. Being in Paris, when they're 9 hours ahead of us out here on the West Coast, it's perfect because most of the stuff that's happening over there is in the morning for us.
Yeah, where we're sitting around.
And for guys like you and I specifically, we're captive at that time.
Absolutely.
We're hanging around.
I will say that
I love morning sports in America. I want more. This is part of my platform.
Yeah.
More morning sports in the United States. Those early college football games at like 7 a.m. from Dublin, they're great. Anything over there that like EPL Saturday morning, like that is a perfect time for sports.
The time thing,
British Open.
The time thing has made a big it's made a big impact in me getting some Olympic fever and watching a lot of this. Yes.
I'm going to start training for our 3-on-3 basketball team.
Oh God. You think you're Jimmer? You think you're Jimmer?
Well, I don't think I'm Jimmer, but I am stunned at how the drop-off between our Team USA basketball team, which is the best in the world by a billion, and that.
Well, who's on our 3-on-3 team?
Jimmer Fredette.
I thought you were like
joking. No, I'm not.
Fredette's
I'm not
on there,
Jimmer
and you know
Fredette.
who else is on there? Rick Barry's kid.
Yeah.
Canyon
Barry, and he shoots underhand free throws.
Yep, I knew that about him. I didn't know he was That's really weird.
The U.S. women lost too.
How is our 3-on-3 team? Well, come on. Why are NBA guys not on our 3-on-3 team?
The women's team is WNBA gals, but
yeah, and we lost.
Well, but why is our 3-on-3 team not?
Because we have Jimmer Fredette.
Like
but why don't NBA guys want to do it?
Yeah.
Because it's 3-on-3.
It's a gold medal.
It's fun.
No.
It's the Olympics.
No.
It's like pickup ball.
No.
Just get some shots.
It's shameful.
Yeah.
No,
score 50.
According
it's beneath
to who?
them.
According to Jimmer Fredette, it's shameful. Let me just say for the record, if you're an NBA player and you find out Jimmer Fredette's doing something, immediately you're like, I'm not doing that.
Or you could say, I'm taking his spot because he sucks and I don't.
No one's doing it.
I tell you what, you're right about this, that if let's say, who's not on the Olympic team but is really good? Like
Damian Lillard.
Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
Yes.
Jaylen Brown and Damian Lillard, they Team USA comes to them and are like, hey, we want you to be on our 3-on-3 team. And they're like, okay, who else is playing? Well, we have Jimmer. They're going to say no.
Yeah, they're turning that down.
You're right about that.
We play or Jimmer plays, but not both.
The second they come to Team USA and say, hey, look, our 3-on-3 needs to be better, and I'm going to spearhead it. I'm Damian Dam Lillard, and I'm Jaylen Dam Brown.
They'll turn it over to him.
Jimmer, yes. They're in, Jimmer's out, and we're winning a gold.
No, it ain't happening.
I'm not happy about it.
We got our asses kicked.
I mean, we have an underhanded free throw guy.
Our team is Canyon Barry, Jimmer Fredette, who the hell is Kareem Maddox, and some white guy named Dylan Travis who looks like an accountant.
That's an embarrassment.
That's what we got.
Embarrassing.
That's our team.
Clock is white.
We have 3. All you need to know is we have 3 non-European white guys on our team. You can't win with that roster. I'm trying to find out who he's from Omaha.
It's really
for God's
embarrassing,
sakes.
isn't it? I had no idea how bad that roster was.
Well, first of all,
we have a guy on there, and his college, he played at Florida Southern College.
Get out of here.
Dylan Travis.
Why is
he's 6'3" from Florida Southern?
First of all, why?
Who does he know?
Who knew that we had 3-on-3 basketball in the Olympics? Has that always been a thing?
I knew we had it for women's. I didn't know we had it for men's.
I found out about it because Cameron Brink was going to be on the team and she blew out her knee. That's the first time I learned.
Yep.
And then I heard Jimmer Fredette was on it. And once I heard that Jimmer Fredette was on it, I was like, that thing sucks.
Well, we got to be better than that. That's embarrassing. I mean, we certainly have better basketball players than that. What the hell?
Yeah.
I think we can find.
Right? It's like the rugby. Are there great rugby players in the U.S. that are just sitting at home because they didn't want to be on the? No, they're our best. No. Send our best.
Why don't we go get Why don't we get Cooper Flagg and a couple of the college bros to go do it?
Yeah,
You're telling me that's not.
Yeah.
I got a guy that played in South Florida College.
I hear you. All right, we got to go now. The poll question is next. Here's Buck. running behind already. I come back.
We got Olympic fever.
We do. We're fired up.
And I tell you, I've only recently caught Olympic. I always go into the Olympics, and I don't have the fever.
Literally yesterday, it was in our stock watch, our buy and sell, and you sold Olympic fever.
Yeah, it was like
I'm the same.
I was just like, yeah, and then it only takes a couple things.
Yep.
I got a little Simone Biles. I got Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg's partying with the U.S. women won Olympic gold in maybe the biggest event of the Olympics. Everyone loves gymnastics. And what did they all immediately do? They turn and they start partying with Snoop Dogg.
That's right.
And then I got my U.S. women winning gold. I got the pommel horse guy. I mean, stuff's happening.
Today was a really good day.
Yeah, minus the 3-on-3 basketball, which we just found out.
A lot went down.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I go in thinking, oh God, but then I get roped in.
I don't always, but look, I've been roped in. Right
it's
now.
Drawn eyeballs. The opening ceremony got 29 million people. Seriously, 29 million.
That whole thing. The Christians are upset, and it's a whole thing.
But I mean, people say what you will about the Olympics.
Yeah,
people watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's why they have them, because it's just a giant cash grab. And we didn't get to talk about it because you were gone, but that metal band, that opening thing, regardless of what you think of the whole blasphemy, that metal band at the castle with the headless Maria Antoinette, that thing was like the best thing I'd ever seen. I want to go see that metal band. I think they're coming to Portland in the next couple months.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you didn't see it?
No. I was knee deep in Pebble Beach golf.
Well, at the opening ceremony, which, some people were very bothered by, they went out and they took this big old French castle and some French metal band, full on death metal.
Called Gorgie or Gorgia or something like that?
Dude, they freaking rocked that thing. And they had
there were flames in it. Yeah. I mean, it looked like a Metallica concert coming out of a historic French building.
Yes, with a headless woman singing the opening. Wow. They had her decapitated head.
Marie Antoinette.
Right. And it was singing. It was awesome.
All right, here's the poll question today. As always, it can be found on X at 1080 The Fan. Which big money quarterback contract, which has been or will be signed, will pay off the most? 4 options for you: Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa, Brock Purdy, or Dak Prescott.
Hey,
vote and vote hard.
I kind of want to lean towards Brock.
He's winning right now.
Well, he should.
By the way, no love at all for Dak Prescott on this.
No.
At least so far. Nobody likes Dak.
And I don't really know why, because
I don't either.
He's really good.
He's good.
He's very good.
It's Brock Purdy 43%. This is so far. Brock Purdy 43%, Jordan Love 42%, Tua 11%, Dak 4%. What?
Well,
Jordan, are we over our skis a little bit on Jordan Love right now?
Yes, because I get it why you had to pay him.
Yes.
You gave him a little prove it contract and he proved it. The problem is it's 8 games. He was terrible at the start of the season. Awful. There was talk of maybe benching him. And then he puts together an 8-game stretch, and then he beats Dak Prescott in the playoffs. And he played really well against San Francisco, and then he melted down at the end. But you're basically giving him, you think about this, he has I guess it's tied. It's the richest contract in NFL history, and you just gave someone the richest contract in NFL history for 8 games of football. Now, 8 really, really good games, but 8 games. It is stunning to me. And yet we still won't admit that Brock Purdy's good, but
well, he's winning.
At least that's good. But Dak Prescott, by the way, the Dallas Cowboys went 12-5 last year, and they won the division.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. But we get into this thing where, unfortunately, come playoff time, and let's be honest, they were bad. I mean, they crapped the bed against the Packers. It was embarrassing. It was just atrocious. And so Dak just gets caught up in that Dallas Cowboy crap. But Dak is good. He's just the most if Dak Prescott played, if you switched Tua and Dak, we would talk about him completely differently. But he wasn't a first-round pick. He plays for the Cowboys. People won't shut up about him, and Jerry's not willing right now to just foot the bill. And so it just kind of gets stirred up into a pot, and people want to drag the guy, but he's good.
All right, vote on our poll question is on X at 1080 The Fan. Up next, the Major League Baseball trade deadline has come and gone. The moves next on The Fan.
Everyone's talking about the big
point this out before we move on.
Yeah. What do we got?
The Dak Prescott hate.
You doing some homework over there?
Yeah, I just wanted to look real quick.
I got a little peek behind the curtain. Every time I see Suk feverishly writing something, I know he's knee deep in research.
Well, it's just like I always try to be fair, right? I it's
take that for data.
Try to be, and everyone loves to crap on Dak, and I get it. The playoffs were, he hasn't done it. I don't necessarily think that's all his fault, but I understand. But we love to crap on Dak, and if Dak becomes the highest paid quarterback in the league, like everyone's like, well, he's Jordan Love, he's giant upside. But with Dak, we're like, well, I wouldn't give Dak that money. Yards. This is just stats from last year, which by the way they went 12-5, which is pretty good. Yards. Care to guess where he finished in yards?
I do care to guess.
Take a guess.
Third.
Third. Good call.
Thank you.
Percentage. Completion percentage.
4.
First.
Ooh.
Touchdowns.
Tutties?
Tutties.
Fourth.
First. INTs. Again, just starting quarterbacks. So you don't want to be high on this list.
Second.
20th.
Oh wait, 20th as in
he's that's good. 20th. Patrick Mahomes had 14. Dak had 9. QB rating.
These are probably all, top 5.
These are all the big stats for quarterbacks.
Fourth.
First. 105.9. So in the meaningful quarterback statistics, 12 wins, third in yards, first in completion, first in touchdowns, 20th in interceptions, first in quarterback rating. Why exactly do we call Dak mid, and why do we constantly crap on him?
One, he's the quarterback of the Cowboys, and we love to poop on the quarterback of the Cowboys. This always was true with Tony Romo as well.
Yep.
Unless you win in titles like Troy Aikman, and that's Dak, the expectation.
Yeah, and Dak is not. But
he only has 2 playoff. He has 2 playoff wins. Yeah. And I was looking up the best quarterbacks with the fewest playoff wins. Mm-hmm. Y.A. Tittle never won a game in the playoffs.
Really?
Did you know that?
I know. The only thing I know about Y.A. Tittle is that he played for the Giants, and then he has that great photo of him bleeding on the ground.
Yeah, he never won a playoff game. Neither did Sammy Baugh. Oh, okay. Joe Namath won 2, Warren Moon 3, Dan Fouts 3. Those are the main.
Dan Marino only won.
Dan Marino. I didn't say Dan.
Oh, I thought you said Dan Marino.
I said Dan Fouts.
Dan Fouts. I'm sorry.
So Fouts won 3. Dak has 2. I mean, to say that Dan Fouts isn't any good because he only won 3 playoff games is absurd.
Yes.
Right? I mean, he was excellent.
Yes.
And same thing with Dak. He's that good. He just hasn't won enough playoff games yet, and people oftentimes hold the Cowboys quarterback to a different standard.
Yeah.
And I get that, but most of it's Jerry's fault. It's not his fault.
Yeah. I
mean, he can throw.
Yeah, Dak. I'm not saying that Dak is Patrick Mahomes, but I just think sometimes the narrative on guys, once we get a hold of a narrative, you can't break it. And outside of winning a Super Bowl, I just don't know what he's going to have to do to break.
Well,
that narrative.
Point is they can win with him.
Yes.
And I would say in that poll question, you can certainly win with Purdy.
Yeah.
And I think it's looking like maybe you can win with Jordan Love, and win a Super Bowl, get all the way.
Yeah. Well,
but Tua, I don't know.
Well, and Tua didn't take any discount, and so I keep hearing that from people that are like, "Well, Dak, that's egregious. If he wants 55, that's absurd." But we didn't think it was absurd that Tua didn't take a discount. Love certainly didn't take a discount. So why is it that we go to Dak, or we say Dak's being selfish? If you're Dak Prescott and his agent, and I roll into the Dallas Cowboys, and I say, okay, well, Burrow, Tua, Jordan Love, all these guys just inked 50, between 50 and 55 million. And with the exception of Burrow, who went to a Super Bowl, Burrow's hurt all the time. And I roll out Dak's numbers, and I'm like, well, third, first. I'm better than all of them. I had better years than all of them. I've done it longer than all of them. Why do you want me to take less? And look, I get we all want everyone to be Tom Brady and do the team-friendly deals, but Tom Brady's the only one to ever do that. And yet somehow we hold Dak, and we get the media and people get all pissy at him because they think he's being selfish and that he's overpaid. He's just paid like a quarterback.
Mariners make a move. Dodgers get even better. A Major League Baseball trade deadline recap next on The Fan. is. Tuesday?
Something like that.
I don't know. It's Rop and Sook. What's up? The Isachi Major League Baseball trade deadline is over.
Yeah, 2 thumbs. Meh.
Yeah, it was kind of meh. The Dodgers got Jack Flaherty, the pitcher.
Yep. Well,
and he's having a good year. So.
Yeah, a couple of people fortified some bullpens and got some back-end starters. Mariners made a couple moves.
Well, they made one move.
Well, no, they made today.
Today.
But,
I'm talking about today.
They made like 4 moves total.
Wait, you guys didn't talk about the big Justin Turner news yesterday?
We did. Hey, look, I understand.
Randy Arozarena, Yimi Garcia, Justin Turner, JT Chargois. Let's go.
Look, I think if you're a Mariner fan, I know it's not Vlad or anything like that, but dude, you got a proven guy, a playoff MVP who's hitting better, that instantly is your second or third best hitter in your lineup, and you went and got a pro at 39 that, again, I insert him into that lineup. He's better than 75% of the guys you got.
Well, yeah, but that's not saying much.
No, it's not.
I would say that the Arozarena deal is a really good deal because he really seemed to be heating up.
Yes.
He had a rough first half.
Yeah.
But,
No, his last 2 months he's been on fire.
Well, and if they make the playoffs, he is magic in the playoffs.
Yeah, dude,
so
that guy shines bright.
I was surprised they got him. I didn't know the Rays were selling that big.
And they didn't have to give up. I don't think they gave up any of their top prospects.
And then Justin Turner, it's kind of a whatever. Yeah. But
he's a professional hitter, and they don't have many of those right now.
Yeah, he's 39 years old, though. I mean... But, nice, cool beard, big red beard.
Their DH is hitting like 206 or something. So
Turner's
at least hitting mid-250s.
Yeah, but, how many times has a guy hitting mid-250s come to Safeco or whatever the hell they call it? And
he's also been pretty clutch in the playoffs, too, though.
Basically been bounced from the league because they can't hit there.
Yeah. Well, it's valid.
So I like the Arozarena one. Turner's a little bit more of a contact guy, so that's good.
Yeah.
Because they strike out
all the time.
But it's amazing. They started the day still tied with the Astros in the way, AL West.
I owe Mitch Garver an apology. I said he was hitting 206. He's hitting 174. So
yeah, that guy's garbage.
He's their designated hitter. He's hitting 174.
Justin Turner would be an upgrade.
I mean, is Seattle where careers go to die?
Apparently, whether you want to blame the Marine layer or the batter's eye, I don't know. Like,
you out of your mind?
I don't know. It hasn't been great. Although Cano was good in Seattle. Cano didn't fall off a cliff, and neither did Richie when Sexton came over. He was fine. He kind of gets lumped into the Sean Figgins disaster. And yeah, Richie didn't hit for a big average, but he never did. And he put up big numbers. He put up RBIs and home runs in Seattle. So you can do it. It just, for whatever reason,
most of them don't.
Most of them don't.
Yeah, so the Dodgers got Jack Flaherty. Yankees got Mark Leiter Jr., reliever from the Cubs. The Mariners reliever that they got is his name is JT Chargois.
I know nothing about him.
Is that kind of a cool name?
Sure.
It's spelled Chargois. I guess he's a French guy.
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He was with
good numbers.
He was with the Marlins. He had a neck injury, so missed the first couple months. But since he's been back, his ERA is 1.6. Oh, that's pretty good.
That is very good.
He's a righty, and he will be under team control through 2025.
Tasty.
So that's the move they made today. I don't know, man. There's really not a lot. I mean, the Giants traded Alex Cobb to the Guardians. The Mets got Paul Blackburn.
Mariner great Paul Blackburn.
Is he a former Mariner?
He's a former Mariner, is he not?
I don't know. He was with the A's.
I'm pretty sure he's a former Mariner. He's a back-end starter, but, eat some innings for you.
Hey, my Royals with Lucas Urseg from the A's. I mean, most people are like, what? Why are they even talking about?
No, Blackburn has only been an Athletic.
I thought, for whatever reason, he was with the Mariners.
Idiot. Urseg's a reliever. He's pretty good with Oakland. And then the Royals also got Paul DeYoung from the White Sox for some reason. Padres got Tanner Scott, who is the Marlins closer, so a little bullpen help for them.
He hasn't allowed a run in 17 straight appearances, I saw.
Yeah, that was a good move for them. Orioles got a starting pitcher by the name of Trevor Rogers, younger guy from the Marlins traded basically everyone.
Fire sale.
I looked up his numbers, and they are dreadful, but I guess same thing, over the last few.
He's a good young arm.
He's been playing better, but when I first looked him up, I was like, whoa. What did you go and get?
Yeah, they must see some potential in him. And then Josh Bell got dealt to the Diamondbacks. Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates. Anyway, it wasn't a huge, splashy day.
No, like top 50 prospects in baseball. No, I mean honestly, the Rosarina might be the. Is that? I think that's probably the biggest name.
Or Flaherty was having.
Yeah,
Flaherty was an all-star.
Yeah,
I mean, he was having a nice year. Stupid Dodgers. I hate the F the Dodgers. Get out of here, Dodgers.
Preach, brother.
I love Ohtani, I really do, but it sucks to see him for the Dodgers because I don't want to root for the Dodgers. I hate the stupid Dodgers.
Well, did you see an article that came out like a week or so ago saying he wanted to stay with the Angels, but they just bungled it so bad.
Not surprising.
But he was like, he didn't want to move. He did not want to leave, which is one of the reasons he ended up in LA. They were willing to meet the demand. But the Angels could have had him. Just to see too that Trout
did have him.
Yeah, they could have kept him, it sounds like. You see also that Trout had a setback in his rehab.
Is his career over?
Boy, it sure feels like it. Because he had a meniscus tear, and they said that he was running in like a minor league rehab thing or whatever, and it popped again. Broke out some scar tissue, so he's had another setback. That guy that's a 3-time MVP that is just, what's the last time you thought of Mike Trout?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
But rest in peace, I guess.
He'll end up at the Dodgers, too, and watch him be great.
He probably will.
Dodgers are called
the stupid Yankees.
They'll call the Angels and be like, look, we'll just take on his, because he's got like 6 more years on that deal. He's got a bunch of years left. They'll call the Angels and be like, look, we'll give you nothing, but we'll just take on his contract. And then Mike Trout will get healthy and win another MVP.
I have 4 teams. Okay, so I'm a Royals guy. That's my number 1.
Yes.
They're in it. They're a couple games back in the wild card. My other teams that I would love to see win, and not the Dodgers, not the Yankees, would be Baltimore, Milwaukee, and San Diego.
What about the Mets?
Why Milwaukee?
Well, I just like the
Midwestern sensibilities.
No, I just like how they've built without a lot of stars, and just like the job that they've done. They're
That's
sneaky.
Maybe the most random one.
Sneaky good. I root for the little guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Royals guy.
Yelich is done for the year though, right?
Is he?
I think he just went out. I think he needs back surgery. I think.
We think
he's a douche, anyways.
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was kind of a cool dude. I think Yelich is pretty cool.
Are you thinking about Ryan Braun?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Ryan Braun.
Other excellent white hitter.
Excellent what? Milwaukee Brewer. Sorry. I was like, yeah, because I was thinking of the Aaron Rodgers crap, but no, that was not Christian Yelich. Sorry. That was the Bronner. Yeah, the Orioles are easy to get behind. I can't get behind the Padres. Suck it. And
why?
You know why.
Why? I don't, actually.
They gave it to the Mets.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't root for the Padres.
When? Last year? Was that last year?
No, that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Last year was the disaster with Diaz and all that. It was 2 years ago. Yeah, plus the Padres, get out of here. But the Orioles I can get behind, and I got no issue with Milwaukee. No issue whatsoever. Pirates are easily likable.
Pirates are likable.
Yeah, that's another good one. They're over 500?
Yeah, I think they're only like a couple games back in the wild card. I think they're like game and a half.
O'Neal Cruz and Rowdy Tellez. Yeah, give me some.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Little Paul Skeens love.
And I hate to do it because
do it.
It bothers me because it's the whole Mets thing. But
do it.
You know who I don't hate? I don't hate the Phillies. I really don't. And I want to hate them. I've always hated them. And I don't.
Very broy.
They are very broy. I really like Bryce Harper. I don't mind the Phillies, and it pains me to say that.
Yeah, baby.
Absolutely pains me.
They are where in the payroll hierarchy, Phillies? Top 5?
I would assume.
Probably.
Yeah, see, F them.
I would assume they're up there.
F all those big money teams.
Well, the Mets pay more than anyone, and we still are mid.
Exactly. That's why I root for Baltimore, and I get it. A lot of the guys are young.
Well, and they're cheap as hell, by the way.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Wait till they won't sign those guys, those cheap asses.
Well, we'll see if they can do something like what the Braves did. But Baltimore's 25th in payroll.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Well, it's the same reason why, to your point, whenever they get there, even though I bet on them and they lose me money every year, the Twinkies are that team for me. I like Minnesota.
Yeah, the Phillies are 4th.
The Twins are always a team that I can get behind, and they're always in the postseason. They just can't win.
I refuse to root for any team in the top 15 in payroll. You have to be in the bottom half.
What number did you say the Orioles were?
25.
This year they're 27.
Yeah, Pirates are way down there.
Again,
Rays.
Wait, because every guy they have is a baby.
Royals are 20th. Now that
my selling Giants 10th.
I can get behind.
Oh, the Giants get bent.
All right, where
terrible.
the Oregon Ducks showed up today. Next on The Fan. Yeah, the trade deadline, we were talking about the trade deadline in baseball, came and went today. There were a lot of trades, but not one top 100 Baseball America prospect was traded today.
So a lot of mid moves.
Mid. Relievers are a big deal now.
Yeah.
Got to shore up those pens. Yep. Royals started that trend back when we won it.
Well, I mean, you got to that was who was like outside of Cueto? Like it was just get to the 5th inning.
It was sixth.
The three
seventh.
Guys.
Well, get through 6, and we had Kelvin Herrera,
Greg Holland,
Wade Davis, and Greg Holland in that order, and they were filthy.
Lights out.
Absolute filth.
Yeah.
Just not against the Giants.
Well, they were. It's just there was a guy by the name of Madison Bumgarner
who was
better.
I suppose that's true.
Turns out you don't need a bullpen when you have some redneck hit.
Well, even he came in from the bullpen, like Game 7. They forced a Game 7 in that series, and he came in and shut him out for 5 innings or whatever it was. F that guy.
They asked him after Game 6 if he had to be used for 7, how many pitches he could go. He said, "Figure I'm good for about 200."
And I don't.
He probably could have.
I don't think that's crazy. I think they would have just left him out there. Like, let's go.
Why go anywhere?
Finish
as long
it
as
up.
it takes.
Think about that. Your Royals could have been back-to-back World Series champions.
You know, I think about this a lot. Do you think that they would have won the second one if they had won the first one?
I don't know.
I mean, it's impossible to say.
Really hard to know.
Yeah. But it did feel like they came back the next year with like a chip on their shoulder. Like, man, we let one get away.
Sure.
But that's kind of stupid because over 162. I mean, do you really keep that edge for 6 months?
They were just really good. That was just a good team. I mean,
really solid roster.
Yeah. With a filthy bullpen. But yes, it does feel like that now. I mean, very rarely do you see starters going deep into the game. And it's an analytics thing. I just tell you, by the time, the 3rd time through the lineup, the numbers drastically change. And so, once you get to that point, it's head to the bullpen.
Well,
that's why people start doing that whole starter thing too. Yeah. So it's like, if we can buy one time through the rotation, then we can get to our good guy late. It's a whole weird thing.
Yeah. I've never thought about it in these terms, but so very close to my team beating both of your teams in back-to-back World Series.
Oh yeah, boy, that is true. I guess I didn't think about that. Only one of our teams came through though. Wasn't the Mets.
All right. Well, actually, 2 of the 3 of us, our teams came through.
I got 1986. I remember being a little kid and being excited about it.
You're welcome, Bill Buckner says.
To be fair, again, it's misremembered. That was Game 6, and the game was already tied. The Bill Buckner thing was
fields that ball.
You don't
could
know
be a different result.
It's a little Bartman-esque though. Like the other things had to happen for that to be that big of a deal.
Everyone always thinks that I get that all the time that if Buckner picks up that ball, the Red Sox win the World Series.
Still tie ball game.
Yeah, the wild pitch. No one blames the wild pitch or the pass ball, whatever you want to call it. That's the one that tied the game.
Did you see where the Oregon Duck was today?
I did.
He got kicked out.
And originally I thought it was kind of like oh my God, are you really doing that? But then he was photographed with the Nebraska mascot. So
yeah, apparently they were having Nebraska Media Day out there in Lincoln, Nebraska today.
Yeah. Oregon's Media Day was yesterday.
And the great Matt Rule was doing his interviews. Mm-hmm. And the Oregon Duck...
Not the big inflatable duck, the actual duck mascot.
Yeah, he waltzes into the media area and sits down.
And has a mic.
And they literally kicked him out. They said he does not have a credential.
Yeah.
He must leave.
And so when I first heard this, I was like, oh gosh.
Here we go.
They're
doing duck bits.
They're doing duck bits. And I was like, that's kind of poor form. Like you're at someone's media day and you're like, come on.
Gonna go blow some ducks?
But... then right after that, they've got the duck in the stadium taking photos with the 2 Nebraska mascots because they got 2. And
they have the big inflatable guy who,
but they have a male and female Husker, don't they? Is that right?
No, I don't think so. They're just 2.
They have one of them. One of them is the big inflatable guy who bounces around and then he turns upside down in the costume, and then he bounces around on his head.
And then they have more of a traditional
it's a pretty cool bit.
Yes.
I saw it when I was there watching them play Wisconsin, and it was pretty... I'm not going to lie. It was a good bit.
You liked it?
I liked it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the duck was on the field. Was that Memorial Stadium, right? Where the Nebraska plays? He was on the field.
Why? Why was he there?
I don't know.
Because they don't play Nebraska this year.
He was on the field with the mascots, and the Nebraska football account tweeted out, "Welcome to the Big Ten, all love," or something like that. So
well, yeah, they said no feathers ruffled here so the duck was there for something else, and he just happened to pop in on the press conference and do little bits, which whatever.
Wow.
That
originally I thought that Oregon may have
sent him,
and I was like, that would be odd. That's kind of bush.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
Although
doing
I thought
there.
it'd be hilarious if you did that at like Husky Media Day, or what I really thought would be great is if you sent the 90-foot high inflatable duck out to Montlake.
Oh yeah, that's what I want. That is what I want.
Yeah,
Feed it directly into my veins.
You are not getting that back.
No, that thing's getting popped.
We'll see.
I think it's getting more than popped.
We'll see.
At any rate, that would have been on brand with the whole inflatable duck thing at Big Ten Media Day. But so he was there for another reason. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But how was Oregon Media Day yesterday? Did we get any hot Dan Lanning talk?
I mean,
Dusty went down there.
Yeah, Dusty was down there collecting audio. We found out Dylan Gabriel lost his 6-month-old puppy.
Yeah, I saw that. His puppy died.
That was heartbreaking.
One of my buddies points out, though, that that's just the John Wick origin story, and now he's going to go all God mode and win the Heisman and win a national championship.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Well, John Wick, the whole thing starts because he loses his puppy.
His dog, yeah.
So, Dylan Gabriel can take after John Wick and just wipe out everyone in his path, win a championship and a Heisman.
So what happened to the dog?
Had a weird stomach condition?
Stomach condition. Yeah. It's a cute little thing, too. Like, you don't see many athletes with, like, the little, look like a little Pomeranian thing. Most of the time, college athletes have some sort of pit bull, Rottweiler.
You gonna give him crap for having a little bougie dog?
Sort of thing. Well, at least it wasn't a Labradoodle.
Well, it's dead. He can't give him crap now.
That's true. That would be very
Gotta
poor
lay
form.
off.
It was a cute
fluffier and bougier than the Labradoodle.
A cute little, I don't know, like Pomeranian thing. But yeah, he was pretty emotional. He was crying and.
Yeah.
No, just listen to some of the interviews from some of the players, and look, Oregon's embracing no one's intimidated down there. There is an expectation, and they know there's an expectation. And the one thing that you take from everyone you listen down there, I think the thing they're most excited about is the depth. Yes, there is frontline talent across the board, but the depth of this team is what's going to be the difference. And I thought Harmon, the big defensive tackle from Michigan State, someone asked him, like, it's obviously the idea of, like, can Oregon play in the Big Ten? Someone asked him, having played at Michigan State for 3 years, what's it like playing in the Big Ten? He goes, punts, and then they're going to run the ball, and then punt.
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
And he goes, when they do throw, then they're going to go back to run. So he was kind of alluding to the fact it was a fun little bit. It's like, dude, calm down with this. Like, can you compete at the Big Ten level? Oregon's going to be fine from a physical standpoint at the Big Ten. But yes, they are going to run the ball a lot, and Oregon has a very, very deep defensive front. The one thing, if I'm going to say about their defense, linebackers, I'm intrigued by. I think that is, if you wanted to point to something that you would say you weren't completely certain on, but it's a good group. I don't know if it's an elite group. And then the secondary is really good and deep. It's just new. So many new guys. So can they kind of gel together? Although at the beginning of the schedule, there's some very, very winnable games that you should be able to go through some growing pains.
Yeah, I mean, half the starters on the back end are new to the school. And so just, them coming together will be a big deal. But I think there's enough talent there.
Yes.
So you said depth, defensive line is great.
The depth everywhere.
Quarterback.
This is a very, very deep team.
Offensive line?
Yes.
Biggest questions are the back seven. Linebackers and DBs by a margin.
And again, I don't think the question is the DB. I mean, dude, that is a ridiculously talented secondary. It's just new. So many transfers. Arguably, some people are calling this the best wide receiver room in the country.
Oof.
I mean, they just take your pick on who scares you there. There's a ton of it. Good old line. Deep backs. I guess Noah Whittington is 100% ready to go. And he was a two-headed beast with Bucky Irving. Oh, by the way, now you throw in Jordan James. Backs, you're completely fine. You love Dylan Gabriel. He's the odds-on favorite for the Heisman. I think you feel pretty good about your backup being Dante Moore. You have an NFL tight end in Terrence Ferguson who came back. There's just a lot to like about this team. But the front with Birch, Caldwell, and then who's the other guy? The other transfer, the Houston kid, whose name is escaping right now.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Why can't I think of his name? It's Hudson. Ware Hudson is the other transfer from Houston.
Hudson Ware.
Yeah. It is. This will be the deepest front that we've seen from Oregon in maybe forever. It's just loaded. So, I mean, there's a reason why most people have them as a top 3 or 4 team in the country, and now you got to go out and back it up because the expectations are sky high, and winning 9 games isn't going to be good enough. This team is expected and is capable of competing for a national championship, and you arguably, come what I think it's like October 12th, it's the biggest game of the season, at least right now on paper for in college football, and that's Ohio State, who should be undefeated, and Oregon more than likely will be undefeated. And so you could have 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3, something like that. Biggest game in Autzen Stadium history.
All right, it's the most Portland start ever to the homeless camping ban. That's next on In the News. Here's Buck. It is tricky. It is currently July 30, 2024. It is time now for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Back in the saddle here. Thank you. Please be seated. Or stand.
Whatever you want.
Or then sit.
Sure.
But then stand. In honor of me.
You can do the burpee mile. You missed that yesterday.
What?
The Chicago Bears backup quarterback did a burpee mile.
Who's the backup for the Bears?
Tyson.
The secret Bagent man,
Bagent.
Tyson Bagent.
Yeah, that D2 kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently he's like some CrossFit freak, and during the offseason, he did a burpee mile.
What does that mean?
So he did a burpee, and then, when you do a burpee, you jump up. Instead of jumping up, you broad jump out, and you do that.
He did that for a mile?
For a mile.
Took him an hour and 7 minutes.
Yeah. God.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, that's what we were saying.
He's a hardo.
Yeah, he's grinding his face off. That's what he said.
Did anybody tell him he's not any good?
Well, he said this will help him when it comes to training camp, and the days are kind of long, and it'll give him a mental edge.
We were saying that you, of all people, would be the most perplexed by why anyone would do that.
Yeah, like, what do you... Who wronged Tyson Bagent that he has to do this to...
Bagent.
Secret Bagent man.
I hate guys like that.
It's probably going to start in the Hall of Fame game tomorrow.
This is exactly what we said. We were saying, the moment Rob finds out about this, he's going to be like, what a dumbass.
Disgusted.
Yes.
Might have to play the audio for you at some point.
Oh, he talked about it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is National Cheesecake Day.
Yes. Well, I'm guessing our secret Bagent man doesn't eat cheesecake.
No, he probably doesn't, because cheesecake is delicious.
Yeah, he eats chicken breast and broccoli.
Perhaps my favorite dessert, the cheesecake.
It's a bold statement.
Depending on how it's made and like who's making it. And
I don't have an issue with saying that cheesecake's your favorite.
Love cheesecake.
If you don't like cheesecake, I get if you don't want to eat it for health purposes, but if you just don't like cheesecake, I don't think we can be friends.
There's something wrong with you.
Something wrong with your palate, for sure.
Nice graham cracker crust.
It's kind of perfect.
It is.
It is also Share a Hug Day.
Oh.
But I would ask you,
how would you just...
Don't you always share a hug?
Yeah, it's a little weird. I can't think of a situation where you wouldn't. I guess if you did, like, you could hug yourself. If you're flexible enough.
Well, it's the most Portland start to the homeless camping ban ever.
Yeah.
I don't know if you read about this yet, but last Friday morning, the Portland Police Bureau made its first arrest under the city's new time, place, and manner rules, which restricts camping in public rights-of-way. Officers took a man in Northeast Portland. He refused repeated offers of a shelter bed or one of those little tiny home things that they're doing.
Because there is a state law stating that we have to be, you can't enforce this unless you know that there's shelter, like there's beds, but
yeah,
there was.
There was, and they said, hey, you got to go there. And he was like, no, I don't. Leave me alone. And they said, all right, well, under these new time, place, and manner rules, you're arrested.
You can't camp here.
So they took him into Multnomah County Detention Center right there downtown, and the sheriff's office personnel declined to process him.
I mean...
And that's where we are. Isn't that the most Portland thing ever?
It is the most Portland thing ever.
That was the most... Also very predictable.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm trying not to lose it, but it just, the whole thing pisses me off. My patience is just, I saw there was a KGW story a couple of days ago when they were talking about this, and they had a homeless guy on there who, again, openly admitted in his interview, he chooses to be homeless. He doesn't want help. He doesn't want, he just said, this is how I choose to live my life. And he said, this is America. I can sleep wherever I want. And
no,
that,
I
know
America,
you effing can't.
You can't.
It doesn't work that way, you jackass. Just because you decide to be homeless doesn't mean that you don't have to follow rules. But apparently...
Well, I guess in Portland,
according to this,
you can sleep wherever you
can
want.
do whatever you want.
Screw the learning people, no! Yeah, trucks, balls, yeah!
A spokesman for the sheriff's office, Deputy John Plock, says that because the county jail does not book people who are arrested for violating city ordinances, just those arrested for felonies or misdemeanor offenses codified in Oregon revised statutes. In other words, the sheriff's staff book people arrested for violating state laws, but not city rules.
Cool.
So
we have no way to enforce this.
How they did not vet all of that
just makes you look like a bunch of clowns.
Well, they are clowns. But we knew that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, and then the Portland Police Bureau came out and said, like, well, all we do is arrest people.
Yeah,
we did our job.
We can't book them.
And then,
And that's right.
Yeah.
You know who the spokesman for the police bureau is? Do you know who that is?
Who do we got?
The great Mike Benner.
Oh, I love the great Mike Benner.
Formerly of KGW fame.
Yeah. Fellow bald man.
Yeah.
And, of course, old Mayor Teddy, he had no comment.
Well, I guarantee you he's livid.
He should be.
But at the same time, how much of this is on him, dude? When you're pushing this through, you guys are figuring this all out. How is this not part of the conversation? I mean, it's just, they're so incompetent.
Bum voyage, anyone?
God.
Hello? Cruise ship? Well, I mean, it's
amazing.
We're trying to do something, and yet every time we try something, we cut our own you-know-what off. And it's ridiculous.
The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Police are investigating after a Jeep driver reportedly intentionally ran over a flock of seagulls on a Pacific County beach, killing 25 before nearly running down 2 beachgoers walking their doggies.
Huh. Well, we talked about this the other day, that no one cares about pigeons or seagulls. They're kind of the rats of the sky. Or
crows.
But you can't run down 20 of them on a public beach.
25.
20 in a car.
And, here's a question.
Psycho.
How do you... I mean, don't they fly away? Like, how do you kill 25...
I guess you just gun it. You never hit a bird before?
I have, but usually the bird flies into the car.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is a lot of times you get a big flock of birds like that, and you gun it at them, and then they all try to scramble, and you catch a few of them. That's a lot of birds, though.
Yeah, he caught 25.
That's I mean, obviously you're intentionally, so maybe you're swerving. I don't know.
Yeah, they got a photo of the guy.
Yeah,
he just looks like probably 60.
What a Nimrod! Like. That's psycho killer stuff.
They said he swerved to intentionally run over a flock of seagulls on the beach. The same Jeep then nearly struck 2 people walking their dogs. They say multiple witnesses came forward, including 3 who stopped the vehicle and photographed it.
So he just
they haven't found him yet.
He just hates birds.
Apparently he does not live in Washington.
Enjoy. Eventually they're going to find you, dude. Everything's on film nowadays.
What do you mean? No. Yeah, they have his photo. And
what is that? You said he just looks like a normal dude?
Yeah, 60-year-old guy, white-haired guy, in a Jeep.
Angry about something.
I've got fentanyl news. You'll be disappointed to know your fentanyl dealer has probably been arrested.
Damn it. Where am I going to score now?
Well, probably from the other 100 fentanyl dealers that they didn't arrest.
I do know where to score. I'm pretty sure I know where to get some.
And yikes on the wildfire tip. Yo.
Yeah, it's bad.
So we'll get to that coming up. It is 4:43 on The Fan.
This is The Fan's window into sports. A view into today's top stories.
All right, the Hot 5 at 5 is next. A lot of big news. The Olympics, Major League Baseball trade deadline, which we'll get to. But right now it is in the news. July 30, 2024. 12 fentanyl bros have been arrested. So perhaps your dealer has been tossed behind bars.
I don't think it's that hard. I think we all know an apartment complex where you can probably just wander in front of it, and I'm sure you can find plenty of fentanyl dealers.
These guys were all arrested for distributing fentanyl during a Portland Police Bureau and Oregon State Police operation mid-July. They seized 243.3 grams of powdered fentanyl.
No idea if that's a lot or not.
2.6 grams of meth, one gun, and $2,131 US.
A little disappointed in the one gun. That's it.
And 2,000. I mean,
yeah, it's okay. Sort of Mickey Mouse operation we running.
Now, do you ever do this where you get the local story and it lists the names of people arrested, like like a sex sting or something?
You're scanning through,
and you're looking through, going, "Oh my God,
I know that guy.
Jason Sukanik, what?
Got busted for selling meth."
So here are the names. Are you ready?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Charles Thomas, Casey Cabe, Shafi Mursal.
That's kind of a fun name.
Herdesy Bates.
Oh, yeah, he's dealing meth, guaranteed.
Baker Mursal. Look at that, a brother and sister
team.
Sister,
yeah. Well, the family that deals meth together stays together.
Isachi Mercado. How about that?
Is it really?
Well, it's ISAIS.
Boy, the Isachi brand is really branching out. You getting into the dope deal in a game now?
Hey, whatever Isachi touches turns to gold, so we might.
It's only $2 grand.
Isachi.
Yeah. Small.
Olivero Martinez, Michael Kareem, Daryl Johnson, Cameron Kane, Amanda Cabrelas, and Alfredo Perez Rendon.
I see you did a little Swigard there.
Those are the 12.
Yeah, what if what if you were scrolling through and you saw Jason Swigard? Do you instantly think it's a different Jason Swigard? Or are you like, holy crap?
I don't think I would. I would be more surprised if it were Swigard on a fentanyl bust than it would be if it were Swigard on a sex sting.
I'm sure he's thrilled about that.
Well, I mean, look.
Wasn't that the same for everybody, though?
Yeah, I was going to say, it would be the same for me. Yeah, I'm not dealing fentanyl, but,
Hey, never say never, man. Yeah.
A little sexting? I mean, it was that sports radio guy up in Seattle got caught up in one of those.
Yeah. He got
kind of railroaded. He was just, all he was doing was getting a little handy.
I think, he was trying to go to a massage.
Yeah.
Something or other.
Lost his job.
Yeah, I think he's doing a podcast now, I think he's doing his own thing, but lost his job.
Yikes on the wildfire smoke tip, yo.
Well, yikes on the wildfire period. What, 1 million acres now?
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about wildfire smoke.
Coming for us?
Oh, I put the wrong link on here. Hold on.
Damn it.
I gotta go find that.
Saw a horrible video, and I know that there's way worse things about it, but there's a horrible video of one of the Eastern Oregon fires, and it was all the elk running, and you forget about that. The collateral damage that goes along with that stuff. Yes, I mean, we have tremendous loss of land and people's homes and livelihood and stuff, but it was heartbreaking to see these elk, and there's just nowhere for them to run. They're literally just running through flames. And
that's brutal.
Yeah, and there was the real crappy part is it was a big fence that was keeping them in, like a barbed wire fence, and they were trying to flee the fire and they couldn't. So they were just running the fence line literally through the flames. It was awful.
They're saying that wildfire smoke may be worse for your brain health than other types of air pollution.
Oh.
According to new research linking it to an increased risk of dementia.
Ooh, I don't like that.
No. The findings were reported Monday at the Alzheimer's Association International Conference in Philadelphia. And they come as millions spent the weekend under air quality warnings from wildfires spewing smoke across the western U.S.
I don't like that because, look, I have had a tendency over the years to be like, I'm fine.
Well, you just don't think of wildfire smoke as, I mean, you when it gets really bad, you can feel it, like in your lungs and stuff.
Yeah.
But you don't think it's any worse than, like car pollution or...
I have
Whatever.
multiple times when the people are like, oh, you shouldn't go outside and do stuff because of the smoke. I go outside and I'm like, I'm fine. And then I go about doing stuff. But apparently I shouldn't.
No, it's bad. They say the study found the odds of a new dementia diagnosis increased about 21% for every microgram increase in the concentration of wildfire particles.
Now, let me ask you this. Is that the same? Because I do a lot of, I burn wood in my backyard.
Campfire.
Is that the same thing?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is it just wood? And I do that all the time. And I do that while smoking cigars. Am I just asking for dementia at this point?
Well, it says at issue is fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, tiny particles about 30 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair that can be inhaled deep into the lungs and then move into the bloodstream. And this pollution from traffic, factories, and fires can cause or worsen heart and lung diseases. This new study adds to evidence it may play some role in dementia, too.
Yeah, I don't like that. I can deal with the lung and the heart disease, but I don't want dementia. No, I'm out. So now I gotta, what do I do? Do I get like a respirator? How do I?
Wear a mask.
Wear a mask.
Get the jab.
All right.
Thanks, Fauci.
Well, that's what they're saying now, is now they're telling me that every time I get COVID, even if I'm not like sick from it, that like it's killing me from the inside. I saw that recently.
You know, I don't.
Like every time you get it, it affects.
I
like
love COVID.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it affects you deep down.
I gotta tell you, I feel that that's true.
Yeah.
Having had it twice, I still feel it.
Yeah.
I had it July 4th, and what is it, July 30th?
Yes, sir.
I still feel it in my body.
Yeah. That was,
I'm hurt. It really does feel like it stays in there.
There is definitely some people out there now saying that there's evidence that every time you get it, it's worse and worse. Even if you recover from it, there's some long-term lasting impacts.
I'm probably gonna die. You guys should make a GoFundMe.
You should probably stop going to Las Vegas, but you won't.
Yeah, I probably won't.
No. It's like the campfire thing.
Yeah.
Well, everyone knows that smoking's going to kill you, and lots of people still smoke.
That's right. Everything's killing us.
Well, and look, let's be honest.
Everything.
I was watching a
This
show.
little guy here in Portland thinks that was stupid.
I came home the other day, and the BTJ was watching a show, and it was like This Is Us. That show. You ever seen that?
Yes?
My wife used to watch that.
Yes.
It's not running currently still. Is
okay.
it right? The series is over, I think.
Yeah, it's over.
Well, like I was watching that, and one of the guys in there's got a little bit of a drinky poo problem, and like everyone's just like berating him and like acting like he's the worst guy in the world. Meanwhile, his sister that's like all shaming him is like 500 pounds, and I'm like, are we not seeing the irony in this?
Yes, but the drink.
You're shaming him for being addicted to alcohol. I want to work on your own issue there before you start pointing the finger. Everything's killing us. We love to point out all the horrible things we're doing, except for the cheesecake that we're all eating. Everyone's walking around waiting for a heart attack, but like that, it's no big deal. That's just food.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is in the news for July 30, 2024. The Major League Baseball trade deadline has come and gone. The Mariners did make a move. Blazers have a couple of bits of news out there today.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of stuff going on in Paris. All of that next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk. And guys, for those of you with a full head of hair, congratulations. Studies show that one of the most attractive physical features is a full head of hair. It sucks to be me. Because you know what the least attractive? Well, hair loss. And some say that no amount of cars or houses or success can make up for balding, as it leaves the greatest lasting impression. But it doesn't have to be that way for a lot of you. For me, it's too late. But Advanced Hair has the quick one-day solution for a lot of your hair losses that can make you look 10 to 20 years younger. No more expensive pills or topicals, just your very own natural hair guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has improved tens of thousands of lives, and I sure wish they were around when I went bald decades ago. Did I mention with Advanced Hair, your own natural hair begins to grow the very next day? So for your free, no-hassle consultation, call 503-832-HAIR. And if you qualify, you get $250 and 250 free hair grafts. That's 503-832-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This is an important notice news to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
The home of Colin Cowherd, always live on the Odyssey app, is KFXX, KWJJ, HD2.
Nice little Tuesday. It's me, Rop, back in the saddle, back from Pebble Beach, which was glorious.
No COVID? A bit of an upset there?
Isachi. Well, I feel like I still have COVID.
Well, look, we were placing odds on you actually being back today, and I'm not going to lie, the favorite was you not being here today.
Well, look, the odds were not in my favor.
No.
Because the last...
Between your immune system and having to take a flight this morning... Yeah, you were minus money.
The last
to be gone.
5 or 6 times I've traveled, I think it's the last 6 times I have traveled, I have gotten sick upon return, 5 of them. And I'm not even kidding.
No.
Twice with COVID, once with flu. Once I got sick there, and I had to bag my golf trip. I was in Kansas City at that time with my buddies, and I spent the 3 days in my friend's basement, quarantined away from his kids, all sick. I mean, it's awful. I don't know what's going on with me.
Look, at this point, you're the Greg Oden of Portland radio.
I am.
Lot of injury concerns about Asachi 19.
I wish I had made that money. I'd just go away.
That is true. Yeah, poor Greg Oden. He's doing fine.
He's fine.
He's doing
What's
fine.
he got in the bank?
Oh, he only had the one contract, but I'll bet you he made 12, 13 mil easy, I'm guessing. So I don't know how much he has in the bank, but if he was smart, he's doing okay. Like people talked about Chase Budinger, the Olympic volleyball player that, made a run of it in the NBA. think someone said career earnings, he made like 18 mil. So again, you make that. It's like the Joey Harrington. Joey's doing just fine.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Yeah.
And his hair looks great.
Oh, it's on point. Yeah, you missed it. He was a little sore at you for not being here. We tried to call him out for being a liar, and it turned out he didn't lie.
Yeah, he turned it back around on us, and he sent receipts.
Yeah,
he did not lie about the video?
We had to apologize.
He had timestamped text messages proving that he found out about it after our last conversation.
It's pretty
when you asked him about it.
I thought we had him in a bold-faced lie.
All right.
And I've been waiting to get something over on that guy. He's like too nice.
You can't. There's nothing.
Dude, he just slammed it right back in my face. Like as soon as we got off the air, he did. He sent me a text message from the Oregon video guy. And it was after we had talked to him.
I've long been trying to one-up him, and I can't.
I know. It's starting to piss me off.
But I do feel like maybe this Pebble Beach trip, like maybe that's why he was so mad about me being gone.
You don't think he's played Pebble?
I don't know. I'm going to find out tomorrow. Or I don't know. When's he on? Friday? Yeah, whenever that
find out tomorrow. Whatever.
Yeah, when he comes on, I'll ask him. I don't know if he's ever played Pebble, in which case I have something on Joey Harrington.
I'm guessing he has, but
probably.
That NFL quarterback thing, man.
Yeah, you're right. He'll be like, yeah, I've played it 5 times.
Be my guess.
I played in the Pro-Am.
My buddy's dad
with Bill Murray.
My buddy's dad texted me while we were talking about it, and he said he played Pebble in 1976 twice, $50.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He did shoot 77, 73, by the way.
I did not.
No.
Actually, I did. 77 on the front, 73 on the back. Well, anyway.
You responded with, well, it wasn't as hard back then. You tried to throw shade at Liquor Rick.
It couldn't have been that hard. I mean, come on, Rick. You're not that good.
It's you throwing shade at a 73 at Pebble Beach. You're like, oh, it was back in the day.
In the 70s? That's probably akin to a 90 today.
He was playing with an old Billy Baru and probably that Wilson Wood driver.
Ooh, Billy. Well, anyway, I'm back, bitch.
You are.
The Olympics are drawing eyeballs. We have a college football taint tickler coming up this hour. We have a very special day today because there are several over 40 hots who are having birthdays today.
Really?
Yeah, you're going to have to power rank those. Because that's what we do. We bring courage.
I do like the old hots
to this program.
I'm a big fan.
And I have boob news. All of that in the club.
All right.
I'm going to show you my boobs. 6 to 7. Right now, though, let's get to the hot 5 at 5.
Oh. Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, the Mariners begin the evening tied with Houston atop the AL West. Seattle in Boston taking on the Red Sox. Do you remember Big Maple? James Paxton?
He's back.
He's back. He's
not in Seattle.
He was traded by the Dodgers to the Red Sox. He is on the mound tonight for Boston. Right now, the Red Sox leading 3-2 in the early innings.
Boy, they beat the brakes off the Mariners last night.
Mariners did trade for reliever J.T. Chagua today. He pitched with the Marlins. He's a righty with a 1.62 ERA, and he is under team control through 2025. And according to the text line, he apparently was a Mariner before. I don't know.
Oh, so we got a redo. All right. Fun name to say.
Chagua. I think that's right. Is that right?
I thought it was Chargois.
Chargois.
Number 4.
Astros, by the way, they got the Pirates tonight, and first pitch here in about 3 minutes.
The Blazers have signed guard Devontae Graham, rock chalk, 1-year deal.
Final piece in place.
I don't know why they did that, but whatever. Played 46 games with the Spurs over the last couple of seasons. Blazers also announced the launch of Albina Rose Alliance. Their partner will be Albina Vision Trust, which is funded by the great Phil Knight. The goal here is to lead restorative development efforts to revitalize Albina.
Yeah, I don't know. I read the whole mission statement thing, and a lot of it was word salad and kind of confusing. But it does sound like, and Phil and Penny Knight have donated hundreds of millions of dollars down there to that cause. And we've been saying this for years. That area needs to be redeveloped so very badly.
Yeah.
And
this is the area around the Rose Garden, for those that don't know.
And even to the other side of I-5 going towards like Lloyd Center.
Yeah.
And that really should be a hub of our city. And when done right, that could be a really, really cool area. And at one point it was. So
that's what they're trying to do. They want it to become the economic, residential, and cultural heart of Portland.
Yes.
So the Blazers are teaming up with Uncle Phil's Albina Vision Trust, and they're going to try to get something done. So that's good.
It'd be pretty cool. Like, you do everything on your side, and then the Lloyd Center that's getting repurposed, right, and redone eventually, and maybe it meets somewhere in the middle, and we get a kick-ass kind of new part of the city, as opposed to what's there now, which is nothing.
So I'm going to break the Olympics news into two. We'll start with the biggest news here, and that is that today Team USA captured gold in women's gymnastics.
Yes.
Simone Biles and company get redemption from Tokyo.
She is now the most decorated U.S. gymnast of all time.
Yeah, she got her 8th career medal, which catapults her past Shannon Miller for most in Team USA history. One other note from tennis, star Coco Gauff of the United States will not medal in singles. She was eliminated in the 3rd round. She got all pissy and got in a fight with the umpire or something.
Started crying. Whole thing.
Though we do have hope because American Danielle Collins has made the quarterfinals.
Number 2.
So root for her, I guess.
USA.
U.S. men's soccer team took care of Guinea 3-0, advancing to the knockout stage.
Take that, Guinea.
This is just the second time the U.S. has made the knockout stage at the Olympics in men's soccer since 1960.
Our Olympic history in men's soccer is horrendous.
Well, isn't our history in just soccer
way worse than in the Olympics and the World Cup? Like, way, way worse.
Also, the U.S. women's rugby team made history today with a bronze medal.
Boom, in dramatic walk-off fashion.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the highlight, it's pretty cool. It's the program's first ever podium finish after a giant upset of Australia.
Yeah, and Australia had us beat. They scored with like 80 seconds to go. It was over, and the U.S. somehow pulled a full-on miracle and won in a walk-off. It was kick-ass. I'm currently in love with at least 3 members of the women's rugby. Let's do it. Possibly.
Number 1. Number 1.
And number 1, the Major League Baseball trade deadline has passed. A flurry of moves today. Nothing huge, but the biggest probably being the Dodgers making a splash, landing starting pitcher Jack Flaherty.
Because that's what the Dodgers need, is to fortify themselves.
And he was with the Tigers?
Yeah.
Yankees get reliever Mark Leiter Jr. from the Cubs. The Red Sox land reliever Lucas Sims from the Reds. The Royals acquire reliever Lucas Urseg from the A's and infielder Paul DeYoung from the White Sox. The Rangers get reliever Andrew Chafin from the Tigers. Padres land Marlins closer Tanner Scott. The Orioles traded for lefty starter Trevor Rogers from the Marlins. Miami also dealt first baseman Josh Bell to the Diamondbacks and outfielder Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates. The Giants send starting pitcher Alex Cobb to the Guardians. And the Mets beef up with A's starter Paul Blackburn and Rays reliever Tyler Zuber.
Yes. No top 100 prospects were traded
today.
Today. So just kind of some movement, but some soft landings.
The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. We'll get to our college football taint tickler coming up, and the Olympics are drawing eyeballs. It's 5:12 on the Fan. Hey, it's Rothball. Stick around here for Window Nation. You like that transition? All right, coming up, Kirk Herbstreit has picked a wild college football playoff contender out of the Big Ten.
Okay. I'm intrigued.
That's a tease.
That is a tease. You big tease.
But first, I was looking at the numbers on these here Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, man, they are killing it.
Well, I mean, I would assume the Olympics always do well. No?
No. Well,
it's a big deal for NBC. I know that. They spend a lot of money.
They do. But if you look at some of these numbers compared to Tokyo, and again, we just started. I mean, the opening ceremonies were Friday. But they're saying overall, this was just Saturday. Sorry. Just on Saturday, NBC drew 32.4 million viewers for its Olympic coverage. 83% north from the same day of the Tokyo Games in 2020.
Someone at Peacock is doing handsprings.
83. I mean, that's crazy.
A big job.
On Sunday, they drew 41.5 million, up 50% from the same day of the Tokyo Games. And maybe with the Tokyo thing, COVID.
Yeah, Tokyo is down. I looked since 2008. So, like Beijing, London were pretty even. Rio was a slight dip, and then Tokyo took a pretty good sized dip as far as the global audience goes.
And then the opening ceremonies drew 28.6 million viewers, which was the best for any opening ceremony since 2012. Yeah. Overall, they're up 79% from Tokyo so far.
I wonder if I think a lot of it is the time differential.
That could help.
You know,
yeah, that could definitely.
I think when you're in a good slot.
That's right.
Because the next one's the Winter Games, and I would assume summer does better than winter, would be my guess.
Again, I think summer does do better than winter, but I also think you're right. It depends on when or where they're at in the time change. Because I remember a few Winter Games where it's like I didn't see any of it because it just was inconvenient. Yeah. But it being on, so the Paris is 9 hours ahead, and so things happening over there at night generally are happening mid-morning for us. Yeah. And that's great. I think a lot of people work hybrid and can have a TV on. Those that aren't working can watch it, or if you're just up early before work, you can watch.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have it on in the office in the background. I know my gal's office has that going on, and a ton of people are watching it. And the Peacock app, and people are streaming it on their phone. So, I mean, you got to be happy. 32 million people tuning into that. Like, you're pretty stoked if you're NBC. Because let's be honest, as cool as the Olympics games are, all it is now is a big cash grab for all the corporations in NBC. I mean,
but it's cool competition. I mean, there's still substance to it.
Yes, but it's like anything else. Like sports is a big giant business, and like the Olympics always tried to give you it's the purity of sport. No, it's not.
Sports is sports.
You see the all the Chinese swimmers get caught and then blame it on tainted burgers.
What'd they do?
I guess it turns out a bunch of Chinese swimmers got popped for PEDs.
Yeah.
But the Chinese government was like, no. We ate tainted burgers.
I think that was in qualifying as well. So now they're all swimming like crap because they're clean.
Yeah, because the Chinese Federation was like, yes, that was all tainted burgers. And yes, we swam way better when we had the tainted burgers.
China.
Of all the performance-enhancing excuses, the only other one that I thought was better than this was I think it was a Russian gymnast who claimed that her grandfather was drinking something with PEDs in it, and then she kissed him. Like a sweet old man kiss.
Okay.
And she was like...
That's as bad as that Canadian snowboarder who said he got secondhand marijuana smoke in the bar.
Has anybody ever gotten popped for performance-enhancing drugs in sports and just been like, Dad, you got me?
I can't remember the last time.
Andy Pettit had that a little bit, right? He was like...
sort of. He said he only did it once.
Yeah, that's where you get caught doing anything. That was the first time I've ever done it.
I mean, half those guys still haven't admitted it.
Canseco, right?
Yeah, but did he right away?
No, it took a while. But now he's like, I'm on him. Everyone's on him. You know.
The men's basketball game, the U.S., the first game, that was on Sunday. Who'd they play?
They played.
I missed it.
It wasn't the first game.
Yeah, it was the first game.
Yeah, it was Serbia. Game one, they won by 26.
Yes. With Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
That drew 11 million viewers. That's more than the finals.
That's a big number. Yeah.
Isn't it?
I don't know if
I'm pretty sure that's
I saw
better
some
than the
comparisons.
NBA
I think it did better than some of the finals games. I think you're right. At least from a streaming?
That was actually more viewers than the men's basketball gold medal game in Tokyo. And that was the first game.
Game 1 of the finals averaged 11 million, so right on par.
So they couldn't ask for a better start, NBC.
Well, and it helped too. Again, I was thinking of the lead up, so because they played like South Sudan and Germany, but those weren't in the Olympics. That was the ramp up to it. It also helped too that Serbia was supposedly like our toughest competition.
Well, they had
Jokic and we
Bogdanovic.
Yeah, we bitch slapped them.
Did you see the spread on the South Sudan game? Because the U.S. plays them tomorrow, and that's the team that they were. So the first time they played the exhibition over there, just last week,
driving layup.
South Sudan was a 40-point underdog,
and the U.S. was trailing 43-30 at one point by 13.
Yeah, and it came down to like the last second, U.S. winning. They don't have one NBA player on their team. Did you see the spread on this game for tomorrow? The first time it was 40.
40, and they damn near won. I'm still saying it's got to be like 35.
29.5.
I'll go ahead and lay the points.
Oh, you're going to lay the points?
Yeah,
you think they're going to absolutely smoke them?
U.S. will beat them by 50. They're going to be embarrassed.
Heard Jason Tatum's playing tomorrow.
They're going to be embarrassed by that. I would assume, right? I mean, you spanked Serbia. What did they beat Serbia by? 20?
26.
Yeah, dude, they're doing the Charles Barkley. I think the first time Charles Barkley, the Dream Team, they played an African country. I forget who it was. Was it Uganda or something? He goes, look, I don't know anything about those guys from Uganda, but I know they're in a lot of trouble. It's just the greatest quote in basketball history. Something tells me the South Sudan boys are in some trouble.
That South Sudan story is pretty impressive, though, because it's now come out that Luol Deng, the former Bull, and played for a couple other teams, but he's funding the entire team, entire program himself. Hotels, flights, jerseys, workout facilities.
They don't have a single indoor. They don't have a single indoor court in the entire country, and they gave us all we could handle.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, it's not going to go well for them. This is
See, I don't know. I mean,
an ass kicking.
Is the U.S. team really that good?
Yeah, when they want to be. Again, they kick
why don't they always want to be? I hate that. Wake up! It's the Olympics.
People are big mad at Steve Kerr.
Oh,
he should be getting more out of
him.
But
it wasn't the Olympics. It was the lead up to the Olympics. Those games meant nothing. Look, give him credit. The one game that mattered, they beat the second best team by 26.
People still think he doesn't know how to manage a rotation. What's Jason Tatum doing on the bench press?
I love you beat the second best team at the Olympics by 26, and we're calling out Steve Kerr for his rotation.
Where's Coach K when you need him?
I think he's retired.
Bring him back.
Looking like a rat somewhere.
Let Nick Saban coach him.
There you go. That would
He'll
be
get the
fun.
most out of him.
Do you think Coach K is enjoying Rat Boy Summer?
Oh, probably. He's the one that started Rat Boy Summer. Now, I'm not kidding. The women's team has won 56 straight Olympic Games. They've won every gold medal. I think Nick Saban could indeed coach the women, and they would still win gold. This goes to my theory. Some teams are so good. Isaac Rupp, you could be in charge. Because remember, you'd have all your assistants. I'm 100% confident, and I mean this, that you could be the head coach of the U.S. Women's Olympic team, and you would bring home the gold for Team USA.
Give me the starting five for the men.
Starting five is LeBron.
Curry.
Embiid, who was horrible.
Embiid.
Who else they got? Is Booker out there?
Booker might have been in that lineup. Let me double check.
I do think Booker started, and who's the other one that... No, I think that might be it.
Because Durant was off the bench.
Durant was off the bench. So I think I think it's Curry, Booker, LeBron, Embiid, and who am I missing?
I'm pulling it up right now.
One that I'm missing.
Yeah, it was Booker.
Yeah, okay. So there you go.
Well, but wait. Who? I'm sorry. Say again?
Drew Holiday started.
Yeah, okay. So they've got Holiday.
They're missing a guard somewhere.
Holiday, Booker, Curry, LeBron, and Embiid.
Okay.
And Jason Tatum, who is, for the last 3 years, was first team All-NBA.
Yeah.
3 years in a row, and won the NBA championship last year, didn't play. Derek White, on the other hand, played 16.
When you frame it this way, the best player on the Celtics is Jason Tatum. He did not play. The second best player on the Celtics is Jaylen Brown. He did not make the team. The third best player is either Derek White or Drew Holiday. One of those guys started it, and the other one played huji rotation minutes.
Yeah,
that's kind of wild.
Why is that? What? How do you explain that?
He just said it was rotational and matchups, and he told Jason Tatum before the game that he may not play a bunch, and then he didn't play at all.
And then Durant comes off the bench. I mean, come on. I don't care if they have issues or chemistry. Dude, they should be pummeling South Sudan.
Yes, and I think they will.
And they should win 56 games in a row, much like the women.
Well, to be fair, I think the rest of the world just started playing women's basketball.
Well, that's true. And the competition, I listened to Brian Windhorst, and he says, or is it Windhurst now?
I think it's Hurst now.
He said the competition really is stiff. It doesn't look like it because, like there's not a ton of NBA names on a lot of these countries' rosters, but said they're good.
Yes, it's all caught up, and it's like when we played in '92, we just were so far ahead of the world, and the women are like that, and that's the same thing with women's soccer. But now more and more teams are starting to play. More women are playing soccer across the globe, and people are catching up. We're just ahead of the curve.
All right, let's get to college football. We have a taint tickler next. Kirk Herbstreit has picked one Big Ten school as a dark horse for the college football playoff. And I'm not sure you're going to be able to believe who it is.
Okay.
I don't even think they're in the Big Ten.
No one really knows anymore.
That's next, but first, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the fan.
super hot college football talk. We call it the college football taint tickler. By the way, before we get to that, though, I just want to mention Buck was talking about Justin Turner being up with the bases loaded for our Mariners.
I think they're in the lead now, right?
In classic Mariner fashion, Justin Turner with the
GIDP
coveted RBI ground out.
Yeah, they're up 4-3 now.
Yeah, so bases loaded, 1 out, 3-3. Justin Turner can break it open.
Yeah.
RBI ground out.
Hey,
it's good stuff. He fits right in.
Considering what else is in the lineup,
is that an improvement?
That's an improvement. Unless it's Cal Raleigh at the plate, I would assume that would end up somehow in like a double play and spiking yourself with no run scored.
So your boy Kirk Herbstreit is out there talking Big Ten football. I think it's still weird to me that we're going to be covering the Big Ten this year.
I think I have this audio for you, by the way.
It's going to be great. Oh,
I think
you do?
If it's the team that I think it's going to be.
It's Division I football.
Is this on the McAfee show? He said this.
I don't know where he said it, but he was talking about how college football has changed to the point where you're looking at the Big Ten. They have 18. It's 18 teams.
Yep.
And so you play. You don't play everyone. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. As a matter of fact, Herbie was probably listening to our program when he got this idea that the team that he thinks could be a college football playoff dark horse from the Big Ten is. Do you have any guesses?
The one that
we just talked about it.
We did?
Yeah, this last week.
Okay, then
in all our Big Ten talk.
I was just reading something the other day that some people are saying that Purdue might have a little something to offer some people.
No.
It wouldn't be like a Wisconsin. They're pretty good.
No.
Who are we talking about?
It's Rutgers.
Oh, we were talking about Rutgers because they won like 7 or 8 games last year.
This is not the audio that I had.
What's the audio that you have?
Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What is it?
I don't know.
It's centric to us. He's very high on the Oregon Ducks.
Well, hold on. Okay, so
everyone's high on the Oregon Ducks. That's not a controversial
He's sticking his
thing.
neck out for the Ducks.
Oh,
Finally.
no.
Well, is it Rutgers or is it the Ducks?
Just hold on. Damn it. Rutgers misses Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, Oregon, and Iowa. And in a stunning turn of events, those are the top 5 teams in the Big Ten preseason poll. They miss all 5 of them.
I'm gonna pull up the old schedule here because like I've looked at this. I haven't looked at Rutgers. In order to make the playoff, you can't lose 3 games.
Playoff.
You 2 wins or 2 losses.
Oh, you don't think you can get in with 3 losses?
No, I went back and looked, and if you're gonna have 3 losses,
the 12-teamer.
Yes, you're 3. I went back. I did this. I don't know, a month or 2 ago when I was was bored during the summer and people were talking about, potential, like all these teams getting in. Basically 10, 11, and 12 almost every single time. And it's usually 13, 14, or 2-loss teams. Occasionally you do get like the cutoff right there where you'll get like 13, 14 will be a 3-loss team. But in order to get in, your losses are going to have to be against big-time opponents. So, for instance, I'll pull up last year. All right, here we go. So, number 13, it proves my point right here. LSU. LSU was 9-3, and they finished the regular season 13th in the country. And I'm willing to guess that if we go and look at their losses, it's going to be so they lost to Florida State, who last time I checked, undefeated. They lost to Ole Miss, who was a top 15 team when they beat them, and they lost to Alabama, who went in and played in the college football playoff. So there's no way that a school like Rutgers can have 3 losses against, the Tweedledees of the Big Ten. If you're going to be a 3-loss team, your 3 losses better be against hammer opponents. So 2 losses will get you in. If you're a good team in a solid conference with quality wins, 2 losses, like last year, Oregon was the 2-loss team. Both of those losses, obviously to Washington, you're in. Like you're getting in there. But Rutgers has 0 chance with their schedule of getting in as a 3-loss opponent. In fact, if you play a weak schedule, you're going to have a hard time getting in as a 2-loss team because there's a lot of good quality 2-loss opponents. But if you can be a 1-loss Rutgers team with a weak-ass schedule, you've got yourself a crack. So I need to go pull up their schedule.
Well, I've got it.
You got it. All right, so what do we got?
Non-con, they're playing Howard, Akron, and they play at Virginia Tech.
So Well, all right. So I don't know what Vautech has, but in theory, that cocould be a 3-0 non-conference.
Well, dare I say it's a kind of a big game. Their Big Ten opener hosting Washington.
Yeah. Well, and look, people don't have a lot of faith in Washington. I don't. Like Jed Fish and that Husky team are not going to be terrible. They're not going to win 11 games.
Well,
but that's a huge game.
But there are a lot of teams on their schedule as I read through this, so you'll be like, oh, well, they could lose that. Look, Rutgers is not going to make the college football playoff.
Yeah.
So but all Herbie's going on here is
schedule.
And I don't know if you saw them last year. And Greg Schiano's a good coach, but their offense was dreadful.
Yeah, they went 7-6.
So they're going to get tripped up in here. If you're saying two losses. I mean, so they already play at Virginia Tech, play at Washington. Those are the first four. Then they're at Nebraska. That's tough.
Mm-hmm.
They host Wisconsin. Not easy. They host UCLA. Then they have to play at USC.
Get out of here. You're not getting through that stretch.
Yeah, at USC. Then their last four, then they get a bye. And then the last four are home to Minnesota, at Maryland, home to Illinois, and at Michigan State. Those last four, it's light. But they're going to trip up more than twice.
Yes.
Come on.
And to be honest with you, like I said, with that schedule, I don't think two losses doesn't get you in. You would have to be a one-loss team to get in there. And by the way, if you are a one-loss team, chances are you're playing in the Big Ten championship game, and then you get your ass handed to you by Oregon or Ohio State.
The Big Ten, Rutgers is going to have to take a big leap if they want to get through that with two losses or fewer.
Yeah.
Because the Big Ten, I mean, come on, it's a tough league. Like you think you could make the argument. I don't know what Virginia Tech has out of the ACC, but at Nebraska, at USC, at Maryland, and at Michigan State, you can make the argument they won't win a road game. It's not easy.
No.
So get out of here, Herb Street.
Yeah, look, so the year before 2022, 12th in the country would have been Washington at 10-2. And then you would have gotten into the 9-3 teams, which are Florida State, Oregon State, by the way. Yeah, so just it's FYI for your team. If you're looking one of those, you're like, hey, my team could find a way to pull it off. Just know that you don't have that many mulligans to get into the Final 12. And for a school like to the Oregon State people of the world, you almost have to be perfect. For a school like Washington or Oregon State, someone on the outside, now the group of five people, you're going to have a spot. But for Washington State, Oregon State, you don't have a spot right now in that group of five. You don't get that automatic berth. You're kind of on your own little island. So the way your schedule lines up, really, like for Oregon State, the only big game is Oregon. You could probably run the table, but if you lose to Oregon and you lose to Oregon handily, you're not getting in even with a one loss. It's just it's still going to be tough. I think the idea that the 12-team playoff is just going to usher in this new wave of teams, it's really not. You're going to get 4 teams from the Big Ten. You're going to get 4 teams from the SEC minimum. You're going to get a team from the ACC, team from the Big 12, and then probably, obviously, the group of 5 squeezes one in. And for the most part, I think that's probably how this is going to go.
All right, so now, Buckley, you can play your super hot Kirk Herbstreit Oregon audio.
It's like the season didn't even happen. It's no one's talking about Sharon Moore in Michigan, other than their own fans.
Well, that's because in the Big Ten this year, it's Ohio State's time.
That's right.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Oregon.
Columbus.
Look out for old Oregon. Look out for the old Oregon
We
Ducks.
can look out for everybody in the Big Ten.
Coach Lanning is actually going to be in here tomorrow. Coach Lanning's going to be in studio tomorrow. I cannot wait to chat with him.
I may have Oregon. I may have Oregon winning it all. I still
Whoa!
Ohio State.
Breaking! That's a big deal.
That is.
We knew it wouldn't be Florida State.
I said,
yeah.
Hey, if you quote my ass on that, I said I may have Oregon winning it all.
I don't know why that's
yeah.
They're
really good.
They're like second or third in the country, depending on who you talk to.
Yeah.
Like,
whoa!
They have the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
I think a lot of people east of Texas still don't think they're that great.
Yeah, of course. They're making Oregon prove it, and I think,
and they still have to.
They should. Yeah, they haven't won anything.
And I know a team that they went toe-to-toe, and last year, like on the West Coast, Washington was pretty good last year. And yeah, they ran into a buzzsaw there at Michigan, but there is some good football that's played out here on the West Coast. I thought you were going to say like Iowa. Because Iowa, every year with that defense, if they just get competent offensive play, they were in the Big Ten title game last year. They just can't score.
Maybe it's time to grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
I love that Kirk Ferentz at Big Ten Media Day said, I think we may have an offense this year. Even he was hedging his bet. He's like, oh, maybe. But like, I looked at their schedule, and like they play Illinois State, Iowa State, Troy, Minnesota. Again, let's just assume they scored 20 points. Remember last year, if they scored 20 points, I think they would have lost one game. So that should be a 4-0 start, and then they're at Ohio State. That's probably a loss. But then you get Washington, who's not great, at Michigan State, who's not great, Northwestern, and then you got Wisconsin, but that's at home, at UCLA sucks, and then Maryland and Nebraska. If Iowa scores 20 points a game, there is a real good chance that Iowa is 11-1, 10-2.
I dug up the quote for you. We have the potential to be a good offensive team.
Potential.
Who's their OC?
They went out and got, whose name escapes me right now.
But, on the Oregon thing, look, I totally get people in other parts of the country going.
Tim Lester.
Yeah, Tim Lester.
Oh, the Minnesota guy? Wasn't he from Minnesota?
I think he was from Minnesota.
Anybody?
Sounds right.
I get people from other parts of the country going, Oregon, while good, and they've been very relevant, every time those people see them on the biggest stage, they lose.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody in other parts of the country probably watched Oregon Liberty in the whatever stupid bowl that was last year, right? Like that was not a huge, it was not a big game. Oregon blew it with the second Washington game. The two big Washington games, they lost.
Yeah.
They were
close, but they lost.
And the year before they lost to Washington, and that was a huge game. Yep. And then, by the way, that same year, that was Dan Lanning's opening salvo against Georgia, and they got beat by 45. Yeah. So when other people across the country go, yeah, we're going to need to see Oregon prove it. Come on, you have to understand that.
100%.
I think it might have been 46. It's 49-3, I'm pretty sure.
Was it 49-3?
Yeah. Tim Lester, by the way, not the last time we saw him in college, he was coaching at Purdue. He was Purdue's OC.
Well, he was the head coach at Western Michigan from 17 to 22, and then he's been with the Packers as a senior offensive analyst.
He bounced around a little bit. He was at
Why
Syracuse.
Did I think Minnesota?
I don't know. That sounded That sounded familiar at Minnesota as well.
Can you name Purdue's football coach?
It's
no.
It's Painter, isn't it?
Who?
In basketball? Yeah,
He's
Matt
their
Painter.
basketball coach, idiot. Matt Painter. Woo. No, I was going through the coach. I know all the coaches in the Big Ten except the Purdue guy threw me for a loop. I thought it was Brian Brom.
Kurt Signetti.
I don't know I don't know who Purdue's coach is.
No, it's some guy named Ryan Walters.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go Ryan.
Started from the bottom, now he's here.
Well, someone was saying, I was reading an article just the other day, and they were talking about, Purdue's had a nice little run of transfers here, and they were talking about, remember a couple years back, Michigan State made that nice run with all those transfers, and so some people were saying that, like, if you're just like looking for sleepers, they were digging what Purdue had.
Oh, he's a young guy. He's 38.
Yeah, he was the defensive coordinator at Illinois last year.
He was playing at Colorado in 2008.
Yeah.
That's pretty recent.
Make you feel old, Buckley?
A little bit.
By the way, I think
he's younger than I am.
I think we were thinking of Tim Brewster, who was at Minnesota.
Not Tim Lester.
Tim Lester.
The great Tim Brewster.
The great Tim Brewster.
Sorry for slandering the great. Wait, did I slander Brewster or Lester more?
I think I don't know.
Probably.
Look,
they're both upset with
I think
you.
they're both about the same as. Although Brewster's record as a head coach is 15-30.
Yeah, not good. All right. Well, hey, if Herbie's right and it's all about strength of schedule, let's take a look at the Big Ten strength of schedule next on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Leading the It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Button slipped there. Sorry about that. We have 5 Oregon Ducks who have made national award watch lists at this point in time. Dylan Gabriel, Tez Johnson, both for the Maxwell, Johnny Cornelius for the Outland Trophy, Jeffrey Bossa and Jabbar Muhammad for the Bronco Nagurski Trophy.
Yeah, like I said, there's depth and there's talent at every position on this team.
Do they have a good is Lewis back, the kicker?
That's a good question.
They have a good kicker. They're going to need a good kicker. That's my hot take.
I thought he graduated.
Is he back?
He felt like he was around forever.
I think he graduated, but I'd have to take a look.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here. Damn.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt. This notion that if Florida State and Clemson get out, the SEC should want to go grab them, or they're going to.
Ford text line, your dial goes further at Vancouver Ford. A couple people correcting me that Oregon did win at Ohio State because I was talking about the big games where, you know.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago. They went.
We just rolled, brother.
They handled their business.
That wasn't Lanning, right?
Nope.
That was Cristobal.
That was Cristobal.
But they definitely did, and that is a fair. I left that one out.
And they won that game. I don't know about handily, but convincingly enough.
Then somebody else said Oregon's been to 2 national title games in the last 15 years. But they lost. Yeah. This is my point. My point is that most fans, particularly in SEC country or Big Ten country, they're so consumed with their own league and their own teams, they don't watch schools like Oregon until Oregon plays in the biggest games. That's when they'll get their eyes on Oregon. And all I'm saying is when Oregon plays in those games, for a lot of those people, all they see Oregon do, and Washington for that matter, in the playoff against Michigan, is lose.
Well, and this goes back to like USC had this problem back in the day too, is that no one on that side of the country, especially down south or in the Rust Belt, takes West Coast football seriously. And the USC had to go in and kick that door open. And they bludgeoned some people. And that was the one where begrudgingly people were like, okay.
The one that I'll say, and I know it's not SEC, but it's still the South, they handled Florida State and handed Jameis Winston the only loss. And that was massive for them, I mean, brand-wise and being able to do it.
That was a huge deal. But again, that Florida State team was the defending national champs. But remember, that was that weird year where they were undefeated, but they looked terrible and they were like winning by the skin of their teeth. Look, Oregon has earned a lot of respect across the country, but I do think there is a lot of the talking heads and stubborn football folk that and what Clemson battled this too out of the ACC. It's like
a stigma.
It's a stigma
for sure.
Virginia Tech had this, even Oklahoma and Big Game Bob, and he won a national title like his second year there. And after that, they were like, "Oh, Big Game Bob, you suck." So there is an element to that, and Oregon knows it. We were listening to all the stuff coming out of Duck Media Day yesterday. Every one of those coaches and players knows that there is a big fat target on their back. They're embracing it. They're kind of playing the cool outsider, the villain, the innovation, and I don't think they're shying away from it. And I kind of enjoy it. And the rest of the country, right down to the NIL stuff, they're bothered by the upstart kids from the upper left kind of coming in and trying to get a spot at the big boy table.
And also, in fairness, on the Washington front, they did, of course, beat Texas in the playoff game.
Yes.
But I mean, it's no secret that is a stigma against teams from the West Coast, and
always is.
In order to
got to win the big one.
In order to squash that completely, you don't just have to win one; you have to win multiple. Well, you have to prove that you belong at the very top level.
And it sucks because the game should have been more competitive than it was, and towards the end, it kind of was, but.
Wait, which game are we talking about?
But Washington, Michigan.
Yeah, they just had too much ground to recover from.
Unfortunately, in the biggest moment, Michigan lined up, and what did everyone say? Michigan's just going to punch you in the mouth and play big boy football. And I hate to say it because the defense really did stabilize and play really good in the second half. Michigan did exactly what people said they were going to do against Washington, and they did it against everybody. But because it happened, no one said anything about when they did it to Alabama, because they did it to Washington. Now we have to live with that West Coast sissy, football. It's just why it drives me crazy when people talk about like the Oregon, like adjusting to Big Ten football. Look at the Oregon and Oregon defensive and offensive lines. They're at no point are either one of those groups going to look across the ball in the Big Ten and be like, we can't compete. I mean, those are both top units.
They're built different than they used to be.
Yes, this is different, and
but competing is different than winning.
That's true. It's true. But I don't know whether they win the Big Ten. I don't know whether they win a national championship, because winning national championships is really hard. If our goal, if we're judging teams by when's the last time you won a national title, there's a lot of bad football teams in college football.
Well, for sure, but I think that's the part of the problem is that people, particularly from the South, they look around and go, what are you bringing to the table? We've had I mean, look, the SEC's had like
they're
6 different schools win a national title in the last. I mean, they dominate.
They win a lot.
And so, of course, they think this way. Yeah. I mean, and you see, it's not that hard, actually, to them. Florida won one. Alabama won 8 million of them. Georgia's won a couple.
Auburn,
LSU twice. Auburn won. I mean, dude, they all win it. So, of course, they think this.
Sons of bitches.
They're right.
It is true. They do win a lot.
Well,
even the ACC has 2. Florida State and Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson's an interesting one because
it's a dadgum mistake.
That's kind of what Oregon has to do if you're going. That model is an interesting one. It's like Clemson built a roster of really, really good talent that was deep, but when they won it, they had elite quarterbacks, right? Like they special guys at quarterback, and Oregon's kind of. I mean, Dylan Gabriel's pretty special. He's one of the best college quarterbacks there is.
Yep.
So it's going to be something like that. You're going to need that.
Yeah. You're going to look.
And you're going to need a kicker. By the way, I was looking at that up.
Yeah,
so
it's
Lewis
kick.
Lewis is gone. Atticus Sappington is the Ducks kicker. And
Such a kicker name.
And I know he's a local guy. Portland boy done good.
Central Catholic, right?
Yep.
But that terrifies me.
Because
that's his flag is going to come into play big time.
And Oregon State fan has a voodoo doll right now stabbing the leg of that guy. Coming over from Oregon State, that's gotta sting.
And his name's Atticus Sappington.
It's a great name.
You counting on that?
He's a warrior poet kicker. Should get Atticus on the horn. Talk to him. I wonder if and I'm being dead serious. Like, the Jabbar Muhammad coming over from Washington, like he was a hired gun at Washington. He was an Oklahoma State guy. Goes to Washington for 1 year. I still think that's weird, but to come out of high school to be local and you go to Oregon State and then you go to Oregon, that's tough. That's tough. You imagine going to Kansas and then being like, yeah, I'm going to Kansas State. Like
Missouri.
Missouri. It'd be weird. Like, I didn't even necessarily hate Utah, which was our big rival, but I could never see myself being like, yeah, I'm going to go play at Utah.
I'll tell you what's important. If Oregon really has all this NIL money, damn it, you need to carve out a chunk for a kicker. Throw a bunch of money at who's the best kicker in the country. I guarantee you Georgia has him. I guarantee it. Go get him.
Kickers are hard to come by.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I really think he was one of the better ones available in the portal.
Was he?
Yeah.
Who, Atticus?
Yeah, I think he had a really solid season last year for the Beavs. I'll double check it, but I think he was good.
All right. Well, I hope he comes through.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in close games,
you're going to need him.
You're going to need him. I mean, look, we've seen that bite the Duckies a couple times.
Shocking! Guess who has the #1 kicker in college football according to this list that I just googled?
Georgia,
Alabama.
Oh, damn it! Roll Tide just means more.
Yeah, last year he went 13 of 14 on field goals.
All right. So we'll go 13.
Did not make one over 50,
but he'll miss the kick against Ohio State.
His only miss was between 40 to 49 yards.
Okay. Texas has a good one. I'm looking through this list here just to.
Got 49 out of 50 PATs.
Yeah, you don't really think a lot about kickers until you have to.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to. Like, whoops.
Iowa.
See Oregon, Washington. Well, again.
Go get the Iowa kicker.
Iowa's going to kick and we're going to punt.
Go get the Iowa punter.
I still love that interview. It was I had it wrong. It was Harmon, the Michigan State transfer from Oregon last at Media Day, that was when asked about what Big Ten football was like, and he said punts. What's it like playing against those Big Ten offenses? Punts and run the ball and punts.
All right. Well, we can't get to it today. We're out of time. I'll put it in the notes for tomorrow. But somebody ranked the Big Ten strength of schedule since it's going to be about schedule because you miss a lot of teams.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that in our hot college football talk
I know
for tomorrow.
USC's is a little E.
USC's is tough.
Yeah.
They're one of the toughest.
It's not fun.
All right. So we'll get to that tomorrow. Let's move on to the club. Power rank today's hot birthday over 40 ladies. Right. There are a lot of them.
Yeah.
That's next. And might you have a plastic penis? This is The Fan.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top
much money.
I don't know that I'd quit. I just don't know that I would get there in time.
The cramps would start, and like that's the thing. You ever seen that clip where I forget who it was, but I guess he's like one of the great triathlon competitors of all time, and he was running in the Ironman in Hawaii, and he was leading the race, and he got like 100, 200 meters away from the finish line, and the dude melted. Like you can see his legs start to like buckle, and he keeps falling and getting up, and then he just collapses. Like you can see the finish line. Imagine running that triathlon and you're right there. Like you could roll across the finish line and your body literally tells you, yeah, we're not doing this. We're going to fall right here. And I think he came back the next year and won the damn thing.
Where'd that guy go to college? Tyson Badger.
He went to some Division II school.
He was D2. Ortner says he was, because Ortner played D2, that he was like a legend that all these people talked about.
Yeah.
D2 legend.
legend.
Well, like
Tyson
everyone
Badger.
that plays in D2 wants to believe that they're going to be the one. Like, and there's, I'm sure, a couple of those guys that go on and play in the NFL. But
wasn't Woodhead a D2 guy?
He probably was. You know, there's always a couple of those guys that go on, and so everyone that plays D2, it's like, I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be that guy. He's like, yeah, probably not.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Adam Thielen, D2.
Where'd he play?
Some D2 school.
All right. And yeah, he's made a great career.
Austin Eckler, D2.
Okay.
Thielen played at Minnesota State, Mankato.
Greg Zuerlein.
Yes, D2. Tyreek Hill, D2.
Well, he went to Oklahoma
He went to Oklahoma State
though.
and then got kicked out because he threw his pregnant girlfriend down some stairs.
Yeah,
Kicked her in the stomach. By the way, can we
not do that?
How do we not just talk about him as just one of the world's truly great dirtbags?
Well, you do.
Yeah, no one else. Like, we're just like, oh, it's Tyreek Hill. I'm like, dude, that guy is a horrid human being.
They're leaving it to you. And you're doing a great job.
That dude sucks.
Matthew Judon, Grand Valley State.
If you're wearing a Tyreek Hill jersey because that guy catches footballs for your team, dude, you're an embarrassment.
You know where Dick Night Train Lane went?
Boy, that's a throwback.
Yeah, he went to Western Nebraska Community College.
Really?
Actually, Western Nebraska Community College, Scottsbluff.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Jerry Rice may have gone to a D2 school.
Deacon Jones.
Mississippi Valley State, that's right.
Yeah, that's Jerry Rice. Deacon Jones went to Mississippi Vocational College.
Jeez. I think it was a little bit different back in the day.
Walter Payton, Jackson State.
Yeah, Jackson State. And again, I think he was another guy that had an opportunity to go somewhere else, and he chose to go to a historically black college. I don't know if Rice did that, because I think Mississippi Valley is also an HBCU, right?
I don't know that it is. Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owens, Green Bay Packers, he went to Missouri Western.
You want to talk about a lucky son of a gun? I give you Jonathan Owens. Hey, he plays in the NFL a little bit, makes a few bucks.
Has to live in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Goes home to that every night.
Hey, is Green Bay cool?
I don't know.
No.
Have you guys ever been there?
I've heard there's like nothing there, right?
I've known players that have played in Green Bay.
They didn't like it?
I think if you are a certain type of guy, you can embrace it, but no, I don't think a lot of black millionaires are a big fan of Green Bay.
Well, I know. Well, of course, but is Green Bay like? Does it have a lot to offer? Is it a cool little town to go visit? Is it like? I mean, what? You never hear anything about Green Bay outside of the Packers, and perhaps I just answered my own question right there.
Yeah, I don't. I don't think it's
Soldier Field's cool. Everything else sucks. Is that?
I don't think it's a
well, it would be Lambeau Field there.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Lambeau Field. Yeah, not bad. Am I a sports guy?
Yeah, maybe.
Why are we talking about sport? This is the club. Get out of here with your sports stuff.
Oh, because you were talking about Secret Agent Man, and you were poo-pooing him.
Yeah, he seems like a douche.
And we're not going to listen to that sort of slander. It's not going to happen.
I Googled what's it like living in Green Bay, and someone said, quiet compared to Fresno, California. Okay. Winter is long, summers are humid, but everything is green and beautiful.
No, it isn't.
I don't think so. Well, again, the Butterhogs, too. Let's not forget about that. I think there's a certain type of person that would embrace it. As someone points out, Lillard seems to hate it. Giannis seems to love it.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee Butterhogs. That's not Green Bay.
No, but,
It's not the same thing.
How far away is Green Bay?
That's like saying Salem's the same as Portland.
Yeah, but you're adjacent to it. Yeah, I'm looking here. You got an hour and some change.
I mean, is it like Des Moines?
You're by Appleton. It looks like Appleton's the next biggest thing to Green Bay. Look, can I just call it right now? Living in Green Bay sucks.
Well, that's what I was asking.
It sucks.
And you don't know that? You're just saying that?
Well,
you just
again,
are like,
I've known two guys that played there, and neither one of them had glowing things to say about Green Bay. But to be fair, they both talked about how they were the only black people in Green Bay. And I think that might be a little, like I said, I think if I went to Green Bay, maybe I'd view it a little differently. I still don't want to move to Green Bay. Do you?
no, it's too cold.
Yeah.
I'm migrating to warmer weather.
I have
as
14 reasons or 14 things to know before moving to Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Now give me a couple of those.
Let's go.
These things to know. Community is a great reason to move to Green Bay.
Is it?
Whatever. That's true anywhere.
The people you meet in Green Bay is a reason. Green Bay is the best place for jobs, an ideal place to find one. Recently confirmed by Glassdoor, which placed the city among the top 5 metro areas for finding high-paying jobs in the U.S.
Really?
The food in Green Bay is incredible.
No, it isn't.
With over 200 restaurants in the city, there's a great number of choices for a meal no matter what type of cuisine you are craving.
That's generic.
Yeah. Affordability of homes.
Okay, that's
4
fair.
distinct seasons.
Okay, also fair, probably.
Education is some of the best in Wisconsin.
Yeah, okay. You're doing nothing to sell me on Green Bay right now.
I'm going to look at real estate.
The art in Green Bay, alive and well.
Really?
That's what it says.
A vibrant art scene?
From the sculptures scattered throughout downtown to the public art initiatives put on by the city and regular music, theater, and gallery events, locals take pride in their appreciation and promotion of the arts.
No.
If you like music, Green Bay has you covered.
What? No,
these are all very generic. Like
exactly.
You could say this about
Sports in Green Bay.
Okay, well, yeah, Packers.
Fishing and water sports.
Okay. Only for half of the year.
Pros and cons.
And can I ask another really dumb question?
Absolutely.
Is there a Green Bay?
Is it on the water? I
Is
don't
it
even
on
know.
a bay named Green Bay?
It is up. It does appear to be up near the water, yes. But it looks like that's Dead Horse Bay.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm looking at real estate. I mean, not that cheap. $600,000 buys you a 3-bed, 3.5 bath, 3,200 square feet on Symphony Heights Road.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought that the housing would be cheaper.
Yeah, that's not.
I was thinking because you see those homes that are 20 minutes outside of Houston, and you get a mansion for $400,000.
These are big homes, but
yeah, they're not that nice.
You can get a nice big home. All you need for a family for $500,000.
Yeah, I'm officially making the call. No offense to one of my dear friends is
not
behind
impressed.
the cheddar curtain.
Yeah.
No, we're calling it officially right now. Green Bay sucks.
Pretty low crime rate.
And someone saying that Green Bay sounds like Portland. What are you talking about?
No. I don't think
we're
so.
an hour from skiing, an hour from an hour and some change. Skiing, coast. We actually do get concerts that roll through. No offense. I don't think all the big touring acts are coming to Green Bay.
Do you think that people
It is on the water. I don't know that it's a bay, but it looks like it's at least on a river.
Yeah, but it's frozen half the year.
Probably.
Get out of here with that. Portland, I wonder if people who grow up here don't take for granted the outdoors here. This is the best place in the country for outdoor activities. It's really not even close. I can't think of another place that would rival the Pacific Northwest.
Colorado's got probably something to say about
Colorado's
that.
good, but Colorado gets butt cold in the winter.
Yeah, it does.
And you get, in the springtime, you get ridiculous, torrential thunder and lightning storms, too.
Yeah, man.
But we actually do have one of the best food scenes in America.
Yep.
100%.
We got all the big concerts and shows roll through here. I mean, we get the national Broadway tours.
I don't know about that.
What?
All the big concerts and shows?
Well, to be fair,
That's
I guess
not true.
the only thing we don't have is the stadium acts.
Yes.
But now that we have Providence Park.
Yeah. We got the Foos coming.
We got the Foos coming. And so we'll get more of those. Because if when Jay-Z and Beyonce tour, yes, you do have to drive up to Seattle.
Does Lambeau get big concerts?
I don't know if Green Bay is necessarily.
I don't think so, because there's no close hub, really.
No. So we have a good and we do have a very vibrant music scene. We actually do have a very good art scene. Yeah, we got the homeless thing. We're working on that. Kind
of. We're not really working on that.
Yeah, we're working on it. And
we're
again,
not really working on it.
Some of the best craft beer and some of the best food.
It's not even close.
In America. Really? You're going Green Bay versus... Get out of here.
Idiot.
Listen to that slander. I know it sucks to be here in November. Go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and tell me which one's worse in November.
Well, I get so tired of Portland's terrible now. San Francisco, how will it ever recover? Have you freaking travel.
Taylor Swift.
Travel just a little bit around the United States to different areas and come back to Portland and San Francisco and tell me if they're all that bad, because they're not. They're still some of the greatest cities to live in the United States. You little bitch. Freaking punch it, bitch. I'm going to kick your ass, you little bitch. Resourceful little bitch. Tired of that.
And yes, as someone points out, when you scroll out a little further, that whole Dead Horse Bay thing, once you get out of the bay, it is on Lake Michigan.
So there is no... Why is it called Green Bay?
So if you look at it, when you look at Wisconsin, it's on the far east side, and one of the Great Lakes is on the other side of that peninsula.
Lake
So
Michigan.
it's really close to Lake Michigan across a small landmass.
I guess maybe that little bay was at one point Green Bay. I would assume that is Green Bay.
I believe it is still Green Bay.
It's just when I scroll up a little bit, it doesn't say Green Bay on the map other than the city.
Internet says that Jean Nicolet, the French explorer, whose name he named La Baie Verte, which means the Green Bay, he did that because of the greenish color of the water in the 1600s. Okay. So.
Sorry.
You can take your Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass. That's also not a very great selling point. Green water.
No. Don't give me Green Bay versus Portland. Stop it.
I mean, if you take the Packers out of there, what's left? You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's really what they got. They got the Packers. You take the Blazers out, we still got plenty of stuff.
There's only 106,000 people there. I mean, that's like Eugene.
That's tiny.
But it is interesting, if you don't have a major, like, Power 4 sports team, I think it changes the perception of your city a lot. Like, even Green Bay probably gets more come up than they should just because they have the Packers.
Yeah, that's true.
You do it
fair point.
And if Portland didn't have the Blazers, I mean, the city, there'd still be great food and stuff like that. But I think the rest of the country would be like,
yeah,
who?
Like if Sacramento
who even plays
loses
there?
the Kings.
Exactly right.
Welcome to Tulsa Town,
I bet
baby.
Green Bay's a lot like Sacramento in the Midwest.
Sacramento is a big city. Green Bay, that's ridiculously small.
100,000 people, they said. A little over.
Bush League.
Yeah. I was talking to a guy from Seattle when I was at Pebble, and I was asking him about living in Seattle, because I've always thought I've just always preferred Portland to Seattle. I like the smaller vibe. I think the restaurant scene is cool down here. So I was asking about that. I'm like, is the restaurant scene, what is it like in Seattle compared to Portland? You know what he said was, look, we have some seriously high-end, awesome food in Seattle, but there's nothing in between. Like, Portland has affordable good food.
Yes.
Right? Of all cuisine types, you know.
I mean, just food carts alone, but then also the different walk-ups and stuff like that. Yeah.
And he was saying Seattle is either high-end or
basement.
Yeah, you just can't find.
I think that kind of tracks.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like. Everything's like either like white tablecloth or it's like a fast food chain joint.
We really do. We've got some really good sweet spots. Like one of my favorite spots is Oma's over there off of Division.
Oh, Oma's Hideaway. That place is awesome.
It is so good, and you aren't dropping. You know, you're not going to con. You're not spending hundreds of dollars. It's not a fancy steakhouse.
Can I raise my hand and say that I didn't find con that expensive? I've only eaten there once.
Yeah,
it wasn't that
for
bad.
what it is for being one of the best restaurants in America. The price will not knock your socks off.
It won't. It's
reasonable considering the accolades it's getting.
$30 entree, which I mean that's not.
But they do have like $160 short rib on there. For some people that they're going to balk at that. But yes, to your point, for a restaurant of that quality, there's just a lot of affordable dining that's really stinking good in Portland. And some great dives too. Go to Reel 'em In and get some chicken. It's a great dive bar.
It's chicken.
It's chicken. I can go over to the Slammer.
Sounds like it should be a fish spot. Reel 'em in for chicken.
The best part is you go to Reel 'em In. It's a phenomenal dive bar, and there's one employee, and they've got great chicken, but you may have to wait 45 to 50 minutes because there's just one gal back there serving drinks and cooking the chicken.
It's chicken.
So when you go in there, you're like, hey, how long for the chicken? She'll hit you with like 40 minutes. She's like, all right, I'll drink till the chicken's ready. You can go to the Slammer and get a TV dinner. Hungry man, some Salisbury steak.
Portland's great.
Yes.
All right, we got to go. I don't know. I mean, completely off course here.
Yeah, we got to.
Let's talk about some hots.
Yeah, some hot birthday news next on The Fan.
That's one.
celebrity birthdays. Don't ask me why.
Come
It's the
on.
award-winning show prep, right?
I guess, yeah, it's part of, like, I don't know, maybe there's something. Well, today I found a little something, and I saw that it was Hope Solo's birthday.
Oh.
Today.
Happy birthday, Hope Solo.
She turns 43 today, or maybe 44, somewhere in there.
Okay.
And then I looked at the list of celebrity birthdays.
I do know one person's birthday today, but he's not a hot.
Oh, who's that?
Because you were saying hots.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hots that have birthdays today. They're all over 40, and I want you to power rank them.
Well, my power ranking, number one.
Oh, Arnie.
Yeah, he turned 77.
Yeah, Arnold
And you know how
Schwarzenegger.
I feel about Arnie.
Yeah.
Love me some Arnold Schwarzenegger. When he goes, like the celebrity death thing, like I just...
Hundo P.
You know, and like people go out and like they go in front of someone's wall and cry. I find that stuff to be so disingenuous and stupid. But hey, you grieve however you want to grieve. I will be bummed. That will I will be very sad when Schwarzenegger eventually goes, because I have always loved Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he is the definition of the American dream. I love that guy.
Well, it is his birthday today, but he is indeed not a hot.
No.
So we have 5 women who are over 40.
Okay.
Who have birthdays today. Power rank the over 40 birthday hots.
Talk to me.
For July 30. Gina Rodriguez. Do you know her?
Gina Rodriguez. Should I know? That sounds familiar.
You might have to Google her. She's Jane the Virgin.
Oh, okay.
You know Jane the Virgin?
I do know Jane the Virgin.
Okay.
Yeah, I know who that is.
She's the youngest of our crew here.
How old is she?
40.
Okay.
You have Hope Solo, whom I know you want to party with.
I'm not gonna lie. You know my propensity for crazy. I would do.
There's something intriguing about Hope Solo.
Yes. Yes. Look, I understand.
And it's not the sleeves of a wizard.
No. Look, I understand that.
Or maybe it is.
Maybe it is.
For some people.
I'm not saying that's a long-term sort of play, but I don't care what anyone says. A Friday night, you're having a good you're going to have a good time with Hope Solo. Guaranteed. I'd sign up for that.
Okay, so you have those two. You
Hope
have
Solo above Gina Rodriguez.
You have Christine Taylor, who played Marcia.
Love her.
I like Christine. Former Miss Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought they were still together.
No, I think they split up finally.
Oh, really?
I think they finally did. They were together for a really long time.
Yeah, they were married a long time, but
Oh.
I think they went dunzo. But
She
they're
starred in teen soap opera Hey Dude, which I watched growing up.
And she was Marcia Brady.
Yep.
How old
Well,
she?
that's what I said, yeah. Marcia. That's the only thing I know her from.
Oh, she was in Zoolander and
Yeah, I guess so.
I think she was in Dodgeball too. She was in a bunch
right.
of those. Yeah.
Hillary Swank, $1 Million Baby.
I have long put Hillary Swank as my Adam Dunn of hot girls. Is she hot?
Not that hot.
Well, she is.
There's an entire Office episode based on is Hillary Swank hot?
By the way, the answer to that question is yes, but I understand why people have that question.
By normal people standards, yes. By celebrity standards, maybe not.
Well, I'm guessing if you ran into Hillary Swank, you'd be like, wow, she's stunning. Like, she's got the...
Yeah. I
that Hollywood
enjoy
look.
I enjoy a good rom-com, and one of my all-time favorites is P.S. I Love You. And I think Hillary Swank is beautiful in that. Now, she's in that with Gina Gershon, and if it was Gina Gershon's birthday, who's like probably 60, she would be at the top of my list. Go watch
Certified Cougar.
Go watch Bound sometime. Giddy up. Her and Jennifer Tilly.
You know, and the other one we have here, also over 40, birthday today, is Jamie Presley.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a number one.
Was that your last one? Because I got one more.
Boy, Jamie Presley's fantastic.
That's all I had on the list. Who else?
Vivica A. Fox.
Really?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Although, look, can I be honest?
No.
She hadn't aged that great.
Is that right? I haven't seen her in a while.
I saw her in the last Sharknado.
In fact,
Now-
she's doing Sharknado.
Now, if you're giving me Kill Bill, Vivica A. Fox, number one, time has not, and she is 60, so she's great for 60. I just, she's fallen off.
Well, she's,
Yeah, it's no good.
All right. Well,
So,
power ranking.
All right. Jamie goes number one. She's fantastic.
I love her too because she's got a tinge of
White trash. Yeah. And
to her.
it's,
And crazy.
Yeah. That's she's
great.
She's number one. I hate to do this, but I'm going on crazy factor alone. I'm putting Hope Solo number two.
Wow. I'd go Taylor
I like me some.
in the 2 slot.
I like me
She'd be
some.
my number one.
I feel she's too wholesome. She
is wholesome.
She seems very all-American girl, and I feel like that's going to be a bit boring. I just do. Hope is bringing, now granted, you may end up getting arrested or, you're going to commit some crimes. Hopefully not felonies. Dude, that's a better evening. And then I'm going Miss Ben Stiller. And then I'm going to go Hillary Swank. And then I'm going to go
Gina
Rodriguez.
Wow.
And then, unfortunately, who at one point, Vivica A. Fox at her peak would have been number one, but she's just fallen off. Injuries have befallen her. She goes last. And that pains me to do that.
Does it?
It does.
But
because
not that much.
I don't think it does.
Look at prime Vivica A. Fox.
No,
yeah, she was hot.
Yeah, I remember.
Dude, that's top shelf.
Yeah.
When she was with 50 Cent, ooh. But hey, you're 60. Like, that's what's supposed to happen, right? We have such an unrealistic standard for people now. You're 60. She looks great for 60. It's just that when you're competing against the other hots that are all aging better, it's tough.
Jamie Presley, 47.
Oh, younger than I thought.
Yeah. Only 47. My age. Probably could easily be mistaken for Margot Robbie.
Yes. She would be if you ordered Margot Robbie off Wish or Temu,
yeah,
you would get Jamie Priestley.
Jamie Presley is her name.
Yeah.
Jason Priestley.
Yeah, of 90210.
Long dead Jason Priestley.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Jason, what?
Very dead.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you certain?
No.
Luke Perry's dead.
Oh,
Jason,
yeah, sorry.
I think we're getting our 90210 people mixed up.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, it is Luke Perry.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
Jason Priestley, very much alive, 54. My apologies.
You threw me for a loop.
I was right there with him. I'm like, yeah, he's dead.
Yep, very dead.
Oh.
Yeah, so, who was the guy that died?
Luke Perry.
Luke Perry, right.
Yes.
So Luke Perry.
Dylan from 90210, the heartthrob.
Yeah.
Well, who's the other one that just passed? Brenda, right?
Yeah.
She just passed.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
90210 people
right.
Dropping like flies.
You know who the hottest one on that cast was?
The one with the glasses?
Tiffany Amber Thiessen?
No, it wasn't Tiffany Amber Thiessen. To me, the one that I loved was Jenny Garth.
Get out of town.
I love
Jenny Garth?
Yes.
You basic bitch.
Yeah, I love her.
Jenny Garth?
I still love her. I'm in love with her.
When's the last time
Jenny, if you're listening, I love you.
Jenny Garth did anything.
Well, that doesn't matter. She's only 52, still looks great. Loved her back then, love her now. Just classy, wholesome lady, much like my gal Dame Judy Andrews, or Julie Andrews, whatever her name is. Mary Poppins,
I'm sorry. Tiffany Amber Thiessen. When they brought her onto that show and they did the full on, I still remember because I used to watch that show growing up and it was kind of getting lame. And then they brought on Tiffany Amber Thiessen and they did the season of Sluts where everyone just turned into giant whores and it was amazing. They're like, hey, this show's going downhill. What do we do? I got an idea. Sluts. And it was like, yes. And Tiffany Amber Thiessen, that she's never looked better.
I think it's Thiessen.
Thiessen. Look, this right here, this is just...
No, you don't have to show her to me. I understand.
But he can, and it's nice.
That and I just wanted to Google her.
We also had, of course, Tori Spelling.
Yeah, no one knows.
Nah.
That was always it's like...
Nice try, Donna. Go over there. That's why she got stuck with Brian Austin Green.
Now, see, he seems like a cool dude.
He had Megan Fox for a while. He's got a couple kids with her.
Yeah, he seems all right.
Think he looks at Justin Timberlake and is like, why not me?
What?
He tried doing the Justin Timberlake thing. It didn't.
Oh, he tried to be a boy band guy?
Yeah. After the acting thing didn't work out, he was like, I'm just going to be a handsome boy singer. Didn't work.
Matthew Perry was also on that show.
Yeah.
And he's dead.
Yeah. When did Matthew Perry, what did he do on 90210?
He played...
I don't remember him on there. Matthew Perry.
Well, he's listed on the cast here. How about that?
He may have been in an episode or two. Back in the day, they would run through. You'd be amazed at how many, like, when you look at those shows that ran for a long time, how many young actors, like Seinfeld's like that. Look at all the different people that, like, Jerry or Elaine dated. It's like a who's who.
Yeah, he played the tennis star, the athlete at the high school in Brandon, Jason Priestley realized he was very troubled.
Oh,
yes. So he
yes.
had to help him.
It was a very special episode of 90210.
He was a nationally ranked tennis player.
But he was on, like, I loved on those shows back in the day, too, that, like, weed would take you down. Yeah, he's nationally ranked, but he smokes weed and everything.
Well, I have boob news for you, and it's possible that you have plastic penis.
All right.
So which would you like? Choose your own adventure next.
Plastic penis. Let's go.
All right, that's next. Here's Buck. I'm going to show you my boobs.
I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important to me.
Now, from the fan.
present like one of those like Barbie packages or whatever, like a real Ken doll sort of thing.
This was part of a study published in IJIR, Your Sexual Medicine Journal.
You know that's an important one.
And they took samples of penis tissue from 5 different men.
Oh, what dude is volunteering to have penis tissue taken?
They probably don't take the whole penis, just some of the tissue.
Well, aren't they deads?
Oh,
these are cadavers
they're probably
donors.
Don't you think?
When you said that, like the study, I assumed that someone was like, "Hey, let me take a piece of your penis." I'm not so certain that I'd be willing. I don't know if do you have that much to spare? Who's walking around like, yeah, I got some. Go ahead, take it.
7 different kinds of microplastics were found in 4 out of the 5 samples.
I'm guessing if you took a piece of any body part, we're gonna have why? It's just plastic.
Yeah, I think that's odd. I mean, like little microplastics.
Yeah, I mean your rib cartilage probably does too, but we're not talking about that.
Yeah. I
guess why are they focusing on this specifically? This part of the anatomy.
Well, because it's the ween.
Yeah.
It gets clicks.
It is true. Like if you told me that I had micro penis, or I was going to say,
does that benefit the people doing the study?
I was going to say micro penis. I'd be like, what? I do. Secret's out.
You've been diagnosed with micro penis?
Yes. Where's that Henry Winkler?
So sorry.
Where's that Henry Winkler ad when I need it?
My eyes are very important to me.
My micro penis is very important to me. No, if you told me that I had microplastic in my fingers, I'd be like, whatever. My father-in-law's penis lit up a room wherever he went.
So why do you think that is? I mean, because these particles invade our bodies.
Yes.
What do you think? Like,
I don't want to. Are we sticking our penises places that they don't belong?
Well,
we use them. Are we? Is our Gatorade bottles being violated on the daily right now? I don't know. I just assume that the microplastics are getting into our body and then maybe going through and we're peeing them out. And so they're getting into our urethra and then they're leaking out that way. Like that's kind of where I'm thinking.
Reading further, the samples were taken from study participants who had been diagnosed with erectile dysfunction and were in the hospital to undergo surgery for penile implants.
You know what the solution to that is?
To treat the
Touch our
condition.
penises more often.
So what we're saying is the microplastics could be causing ED. I mean, they do say they say that guys are having way more erection problems and like infertility, like testosterone's down. Like clearly what we're doing in society, whether it is like the microplastics or what we're eating, it ain't good for us. I don't know if you've looked around at like men lately, but it's not exactly a bunch of John Waynes cruising around. Have you seen like beach photos?
Speak for yourself.
Have you seen those? Like someone that, like, and I know that you can make anything look a certain way, but you see it all the time. People will show like a public beach in California, like in 1952, and then a public beach in California in 2024. It's not good. Like we're not doing great right now.
Well, obviously they need more research on this topic.
So,
but
get your peen out.
They're saying, plastic water bottles.
Yeah.
Plastic containers of any kind.
Great.
I limit those.
I drink out of a plastic Gatorade bottle every day.
There you go. You might have a microplastic ween. That would explain why it's so small.
It's disappointing. Does it, or does it just not work?
Both.
It shrinks and it doesn't work? What if it shrank it, but it made it like a super penis?
Huh. Small and mighty?
Small. You had like the Kirby Puckett of penises. It may not look like much, but you're climbing that hefty bag and you're robbing homers left and right.
Well, he got to the mountaintop.
He did. Hall of Famer, World Series champ.
World Series hero.
Just saying.
Oh, God.
I could do worse than having the Kirby Puckett of penises.
Yeah, I'd take it. If you told me that right now, I'd take it. I'm in. He was good.
We need more study on these microplastics.
So kind of a weird story there, but
that is a weird story.
They're just saying, hey, we need to study this now because we gotta be careful out
everything
there.
We're doing.
We know nothing.
Everything is. I do know this. Everything we're doing is giving us cancer.
Correct.
Everything right now.
Correct.
Somehow this show that you're listening to.
Oh, guarantee. What do you think in
cancer.
here is giving us cancer? Probably these Microphones.
100%. Bluetooth, cancer.
Yep.
Yeah. The plastic in your glasses, cancer. Headphones, definitely cancer. There's probably something in your hat right now, in your hat band, cancer.
Yep.
Some sort of thing in the wool in that.
Well, at least I'm hung.
or super small penis, but it's super.
All right, we'll wrap it up next. 6:50 on The Fan.
How's your t-shirt game set up for summer?
Check out The Fan